Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Welcome. Uh-oh. Echo. Fixed. There we go. How are you? How much of you are here? How are you, you, and you? How are you? Let's do a thing. Resident Evil. Uh-oh. We have so much to do today, gigglers. It's just incredible. There are two big I was actually supposed to tackle a pretty big topic today, but I'm not ready yet. So you'll have to forgive me. But actually, the truth of the matter is that I actually have two big serious topics for today because I've been very shocked and disappointed by. Oh, okay, there is no disappointment in the Polish government because the Polish government is actually just predictable in its far right shenanigans. But I am pretty potentially disappointed in YouTube, especially military fan channels that do a lot of harm in my mind when it comes to spreading a certain type of narrative. Does that make sense? And this is what we're going to discuss today. Plus, I'm going to delight you with a bit of theory because it seems that I cater to a crowd that loves theory. And boy, will you love the theory that I've got to tell you, okay? You will love it so much that you will not have enough of it. Trust me. Trust me, I'm a doc. I'm a doctor. So how does all that sound? The C anti-Dylan Burns arc ENC. No, not that creator. Dylan's actually does not do this. Believe it or not. And Dylan is not the type of content creator I'm talking about. I'm talking about the content creators that say, oh boy, this army is using this type of tanks, which is so cool, and they're buffing up their military, and it's so cool and good, and it's so nice to see, because now they're gonna be using this type of weapon. Oh yeah, they're gonna be so buffed up and strong, and I'm just like, oh yeah, ignore totally the whole political context of everything that you say. I'm just left baffled, you know? So Dylan is off the hook. There's no anti-Dylan arc. In fact, Dylan should talk to me. Dylan should find the courage within himself to talk to me for the second time. Hello, Maya Mayor. I don't know, that did sound like Dylan. No. There is a difference between a war YouTuber, as in a military gear fan YouTuber, and a war journalist that reports what's going on the ground in a war. Just want to make that explicitly clear. I'm not talking about war journalism. I'm talking about people who mainly focus their I guess, analysis on what sort of gear people are getting or nations are getting, you know? I don't think I've ever heard Dylan really focus on what sort of, I don't know, equipment some countries are getting in order to, I don't know, beef themselves up. Goes a lot into it, into the equipment. I think he only goes into equipment as so far as what type of equipment is being sent to Ukraine as, you know, as part of the aid. And also he doesn't ignore the political context when he talks about it, okay? He doesn't completely, you know, ignore anything and everything. Like, okay, I might as well spoil it. It's about all of the, it seems, Western YouTube channels really talking about Poland like it's so great and amazing because it's getting a big, strong military. Oh, Poland is so great. Have you seen how cool Poland is getting all those cool tanks and planes and things? And I'm like, oh no, no, don't, you know? Poland is so cool. Poland is so strong. Just try to attack Poland, Russia. You get your butt kicked. Oh, what? You say that there's a far right government in Poland that might actually misuse the military for its own gains? How utter nonsensical. We'll get into that, by the way. We'll get into that. We'll get into that whole thing. It's just. And another topic for today, I might as well briefly talk about it. All right, fair, you have won this debate. I know. I win. I win forever because I'm a duck and ducks swing. Time to invade Lithuania, forceful to return of glorious Commonwealth. Right. Right, that's right, cheese wizard. And the other topic is, again, sadly linked to the Polish government. The Polish government's, we've actually talked about it on stream before when we covered the experts webinar about Poland's big push to do historical revisionism about the Holocaust, which just, we have to talk about it because, as I've learned within the last few days, Poland is actually pushing very heavily internationally this image of the great Polish nation helping Jewish people in the war, you know? And no. Yeah. And you remember the problems that the experts discussed during that panel. The problem of the doctrine of protecting the good name of the Polish nation. That's right, Pauline Museum. When did the Polish government turn far right exactly? About 8 years ago. It was when Poland had like a far right government 2 times. Once, and then it lost, and there was a sort of a different, less far right government. And then they won the election again because people were mad at the non-fascistic government. So they voted, I'm giving you a very simplified version. So they voted for the fascistic one, and now we are where we are. And in 1 month, we'll be voting again, and we'll see if we will continue the fascistic trajectory or not. Cool, huh? Pretty cool. So yes, I will vote my best to get rid of the government. Isn't that cool? Fingers crossed, gigglers. You're gonna keep your fingers crossed that fascism gets ousted out of the whole thing. Please keep your fingers crossed, gigglers. Please keep your fingers crossed. Okay, let me check something. We might have to do some warm-up thing before we get into the proper segments. I do like my warm-ups. Let me see. That's not the thing. We'll be watching. I think I'll be showing you a few examples of videos. Let me see. 12 years ago. Oh no. The truth about East Germany. It was actually pretty based. East Germany was so based. East Germany was so based that people were shot at the border when trying to run away from it. So based. You wouldn't believe just how based East Germany was. I take it that the pro-Ukraine sentiment is shared across the opposition parties over there. Yes. The opposition parties that are against the far-right government are actually all pro-Ukraine, yeah. It's a pretty bizarre position to be anti-Ukraine in Poland, you know? There's only one party that's actually anti-Ukraine, and everybody is calling them fanatics. It's the... Okay, if the current far-right party is fascistic, then the party that I'm talking about is straight up fascist, or even Nazi adjacent. The party that I'm talking about is called Confederation, and they have a famous 5 points that they follow, like a mantra. Their 5 points are, I'm gonna tell them to you for verbatim. The 5 of the Confederation: we don't want Jewish people, homosexuals, abortion, taxes, and the European Union. And they, of course, are against Ukraine. And they have coined the phrase, stop the Ukrainization of Poland. Like, they're the most extreme of the extreme parties in Poland. And we'd really be in trouble if that party was in charge. I'm just gonna say that. One of the founding members of that party is an open like monarchist. When did the political government turn? I hope the government doesn't make it difficult for their opponents to vote like the Republicans try to do. There is a little... Okay. There's a whole thing that the opposition party is doing. Like, the leader of the opposition is calling for people to make sure that the government doesn't try anything with the voting. And one of the big things that the government is actually trying to do is to cut the time to prepare for the uh, cut the time to prepare for the election so short that it's possible that it will be difficult for people abroad to vote and send their votes from abroad, and for the votes from abroad to be counted. You know? And that is a huge problem. That is one way that the government is trying to sort of meddle with the voting process, by making it very difficult for people from living outside of Poland to vote and for their votes to be counted. Interestingly enough, you might be shocked, or maybe you might not be shocked, the majority of people outside of Poland voted against the far-right president candidate, but also overwhelmingly Polish people from the US did vote for the far-right president candidate. And also, you might be pretty shocked, as far as I'm aware, to learn that a big portion of Polish people living in the US were Trump voters. A lot of Polish people in the US voted Trump. And also, the Polish government really heavily supported Trump in the election. And when the Polish presidential election was on, 2 days before the voting, the Polish president left to the US to visit Trump and to talk to him. Isn't that very interesting? So yes, the Polish government was a huge fan of Trump. When Biden won, they said that it's a sad moment because the weak Joe Biden won over the strong based Trump. It's basically scummy. True. So as you can see, the Polish government is very particular. It's a very particular government. It was one of the only governments that just so openly endorsed Trump in the election. It's incredible. Polish government was so explicitly pro-Trump that it had zero hesitation from peddling conspiracy via the public television. Zero. It was just a sight to behold. The way conspiracy was just openly peddled. Oh, we might watch this. Okay, we need to watch this later. We need to watch this during our theory moment. Wait! Okay, this is our warm-up. There we go, we have our warm-up. I've told you what we're gonna do for segments, and now we're gonna do our warm-up thing. What's his name? Oh my gosh. To be fair, Lucy Orban also endorsed openly Trump even today in 2023. That's because Orban and the Polish government are like, how should I put this? Two peas in a pond. In a pod? I don't know, two ducks in a pond. Apart from the topic of Ukraine, I guess. Let's just watch this on screen. Let's not watch this privately. One moment. One moment, please. Hungary's nationalist leader Orban says he wants Trump to win US election. I'm not surprised by that, actually. I think Ukraine was a massive rift, yeah. And keep in mind, you might be surprised by this, you know? You might be surprised by this. You might have not known this, but when Trump tried to ban Muslims immigrating to the US, it's so funny that Roman still sims for him. Oh. But you might be surprised, but when in an official speech, when Orban said that Zelensky was his enemy, at first the Polish government did not really react strongly. Like, Poland really wanted to keep its good relations with Hungary while supporting Ukraine. You know, Poland actually, the Polish government did its very best to keep that good relation with Orban going. So at first, the Polish government simply kept quiet about what Orban did. Even did, I'm pretty sure, between what Orban said about Zelensky, at least one official friendly visit to Orban happened from someone of the Polish government. Then only after there was this huge backlash, I think both from the population and from the opposition, did the Polish government start very shyly, criticizing Orban for his sort of rhetoric about Zelensky. Only then the Polish government started saying, like, wait, what are you saying? No, we can't agree with you on this. But at first, I'm just gonna say the Polish government just tried to... What? No, we didn't hear anything. Orban, our good friend? No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. That's impossible. Yeah, people should know there is a thing called Vice Guard for this is a cooperation foreign policy by four countries since the early 90s. Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. Yeah, basically, the Polish government was like nothing to see here. And still, I'm pretty sure the Polish government, apart from Ukraine, is friendly with Orban. Like, of course, Poland is never going to abandon its ally in watching each other's back when it comes to opposition to the European Union. That's not gonna happen, ever. As far as I'm aware, Orban still has his anti-democratic executive orders in place. Well, yeah, Hungary is pretty screwed. And Poland is also trying very hard to follow in Hungary's steps. Like, Poland did its best to get rid of the freedom of the press, like Hungary did. Poland almost succeeded in shutting down the biggest private TV, which is pretty much opposed to the government. In Poland, private TV at this point is like the opposition TV. It's opposed to the government and its shenanigans. So the Polish government decided, wow, this TV is criticizing us, so we must find a legal pretext to just shut it down. And they basically were on the way to not renew the concession for that TV station. And then what happened, this is why some people will say that the US is controlling the private media, as part of its imperial sway, or rather imperial control over Poland, because the company that owns that private TV station said, wait, hold on. We are bound by international deals. You can't just shut down our TV station. That's not how that works. Just because you don't like what our TV station is saying about you, it doesn't mean that you can just shut it down. We are literally bound by international deals. So that's not something that you're just gonna be able to do. So in the end, the Polish government was not able to shut down that TV. It's wild, you know? But the EU is still withholding funds because Poland is still basically breaking democracy via placing its own judges in courts, to which the EU said, wait, you gotta fix your court situation because otherwise you're not getting any money from us. And so, oh my gosh, was it 40 billion? I think Poland has 40 billion euro withheld from it in funds because, it's degradation of democracy. And also, Poland is paying like 2 million euro per day of a fine because of refusing to shut down some harmful electric plant. Hello, Moose Watcher. So yeah. But yeah, let's do the warm-up thing for now. I want to see why Yankee Tanky has retired. It's a short video. And then we'll get into the topic proper. Ready? I haven't heard from Dylan in a while. This is going to be interesting. And I especially have not heard from Yankee Tanky for a while. What is he even retiring from? That is my biggest question. Maybe it'll get answered here. What is Yankee Tanky retiring from? What do you think? Write in the comments what you think Yankee Tanky is recovering from.
Hell? Yankee Tanky's retiring.
From what?
What? Yankee Tanky's retiring? Is this true?
From public life.
What is this? Guess the alleyway thing didn't really work out, huh? That wasn't really the best tactic, I think. Bro's acting like he had a career. That is true. That's true. Guys, I've had a long and extensive history in the field of cancer research, but I think it's time that I hung up the gloves. I think it's time that I retire.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's downloaded now. I think we can. Oh yeah. Okay, let's watch it. Here it is.
Oh.
Retiring.
One of the things.
There's a retire video. Also, why is the music over it? The music should have ended by now. I was in Kevin's stream when she was watching this video. Oh. Interesting, Maya Mayor. Interesting. Is it a good video? Well, let's find out. Yankee Tanky, who also debated Keffels while we were at it. You know why? My goodness. Yankee Tanky has never debated me. Too cowardly to debate me, are you, Yankee Tanky? Why does he look like an oil baron from the 1850s? Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure Yankee Tanky is the last person that you could say that he's an oil baron. I think the Keffels debate was the straw that broke the camel's back. You think? My goodness. But in the Keffels debate, he just screamed slurs, and that's it. Well, he's gonna explain himself. He's gonna explain himself. Hear it now.
That I hate it. About
Is he crying? Okay, so apparently I was sent this just
What?
now in Discord, and it's from a larger stream he did. Wait,
what? He is crying? Oh boy. As somebody whose ancestors brought the term Yankee to America, I hereby forbade him from the use of forbidden from using the term. There is a standard tanky practice. Wait, do you mean crying? Crying is a standard tanky practice? I feel bad for him because I think he's genuinely disturbed. Also, turn yourself down up. Turn up the video. I'll turn myself down. Wait a minute. Not the crying, I mean the screaming. Huh? See, I muted. I muted because sneezing is unacceptable. There you go. Is it better now?
2 hours.
Better now or no?
Retiring and like throwing in the towel on this. He's just straight up crying, isn't he?
Damn. Why are you?
Huh. He's getting really passionate about this. He's really. Huh.
Doing debates is that people I know that are wrong can make me look so stupid.
He really is crying. Oh my gosh. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Like, I think oh, let's continue for now. I just whew. So racist Nazi, but also feel bad for him. And he needs help. It does feel that way, genuinely. Like that he sort of invested a lot of emotional energy into what he believes in. I'm sorry for him as a person. Probably happy if he'll be away from streaming. I think you should rethink things, you know? Because I think the most important thing is not if you look good or bad, is that you really have things thought through. And even if you are left looking not perfect, you know what you stand for. Like, for example, I mean, like, that is true also for marginalized minorities, you know? That people will mock and try to make people look silly, stupid, or even more, like they will try to make people look disgusting for being who they are. I just think that in this case, just sort of the Yankee tanky person has invested his emotions and belief in the wrong thing, you know? It's not just about lolcows. Like, to bigots try to make trans people look like stupid and disgusting in general. Like, to bigots, all trans people are basically lolcows without exception, in my opinion. The guy came out of a particular cult with the CPI. No. Oh, that's true. This person is basically also a victim of a cult. That is worth remembering, I guess. Yeah, with calling Mopen. Yeah. Oh, second. Interesting.
And I'm honestly, even though I know a lot of you think, oh, I did so good. You know, some of you think that I did so good, but I don't believe that. I think Kevils made me look like a fucking fool, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think my first debate with Dylan Burns, I said the stupidest shit in the regards of his me saying that, you know.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna be quite honest. The person that made you look like a fool in the Dylan Burns debate, or in the Keffels debate, or in the Vosh debate for that matter, Keffels didn't make you look bad. Dylan didn't make you look bad. You made yourself look bad. Like, okay, I'm just gonna say this. You can be wrong, for example, or something, or you can lose an argument, or you can be on the back foot in an argument, but that does not automatically mean that you look bad or like a fool, you know? Like, Yankee Tanky wasn't made to look like a fool because it was demonstrated that he's wrong on the facts or he's wrong on whatever. It was because he was acting. She was just shouting slurs at Keffels instead of engaging in a discussion or a debate. That's the primary thing that made him look like a fool in people's eyes. Not any sort of discussion or debate about the ideas of socialism or communism. So you should really just rethink his approach to things. Was himself, but I argued his poor mental state, which is argued beyond his control, also contributed to his nonsensical arguing. That's true. And it sort of feels like he's maybe recognizing it here.
Zelensky
One moment. I'm just gonna make it muted.
was effectively a Nazi, and then he said, well, he's Jewish, and I said, like a fucking dumbass, that Hitler was a Jew too.
What? Oh, yeah.
That was really stupid. But
True.
he's wrong. He didn't only look stupid in the first one. He looked stupid in the second one. That
dumbass, that Hitler, and that, you know,
I mean, to me, saying that Zelensky is a Nazi is pretty stupid to begin with, but
saying that, you know, Zelensky was effectively a Nazi, and then he said, well, he's Jewish, and I said, like a fucking dumbass, that Hitler was a Jew too.
Interesting.
That was really stupid. But he's wrong. He didn't only look stupid in the first one. He looked stupid in the second one too. But I still think this is an amount of cope. But this is like a moment of self-realization I never thought this guy would have. Then again, I never knew like where the character started and where the character ended. Because I knew he was playing a character up to some extent, hopefully under the idea that by playing a character much like I think Infrared might to a certain extent, even though I think he's mostly just how he is, like he would get attention.
Yeah,
but
Dylan
all
is
it really
right.
ended up doing for Yankee Tanky is making him look like a fucking moron.
True.
I mean, like, does he really think like getting into the camera going like, yeah, and that's what he would do during the debates.
Yeah.
If you'd frustrate him in anything, he'd just start going and just start making noises and like start just randomly like singing the Soviet anthem, and like that's cool to him and fun to him and cool to a very small subsection of people who support.
And keep in mind, like, you don't only look good in debates when you win every single argument, you know? You can be wrong on some things and still look good, You know, you can be wrong on the particulars, but show that you know what you're talking about. That the disagreement is, like, for example, on the getting into the weeds of the matter, you know, or the interpretation of what happened, because a lot of those arguments actually revolve around interpretations of events. That's actually also a thing that happens. Of course, in my opinion, a lot of these interpretations are straight up dishonest, but that's a whole other matter, you know? You can be wrong on a thing, but still sort of display a knowledge of that you know what you're talking about. And when you're just making noises and sing the anthem, then you just forfeit that. Because at that point, people just treat you as someone that makes noises, not someone that argues on knowing what they're talking about. I just call the other person a pervert. True, I do that as well. But that's fair game. That's
Already
a
support
good
his
thing to do.
beliefs. But to the general public, he just looks like, I mean, like a schizophrenic. And I'm not trying to be too cruel, but that's what he looked like.
I'm not sure if I would say that.
So we didn't just look at the bad in the first one. And that Jew, calling Hitler a Jew was probably one of the dumbest things he said, right? He said a bunch of other dumb things as well, but that is probably one of the dumbest things he said. He also probably shouldn't have debated outside of a building in an alleyway in the middle of the night yelling Hitler is a Jew, and then have his neighbor come out and be like, dude, stop yelling. I'm trying to sleep at like 9 p.m.
True.
on a weekday. Because people got to go to work in the morning. People working their 9 to 5, you know. If you're a communist, you know, don't you have a little sympathy for the working man? But yeah, no, he looked stupid in that debate. He looked stupid in the second debate. He looked dumb in the Keffel's debate. He looked dumb in the Vosh debate. In my opinion, he looked dumb in all the debates. I think he's taken the first step to self-realization. Even if he didn't look dumb to some of his followers in all of the debates, he did look dumb to the vast majority of people.
I don't think it's that great
and
to
as
have.
for this statement, like, I know they're wrong.
I'm not so sure if that's so great to make. To treat people as vehicles to make fun of, you know? I'm gonna be a bit scaldy now, and I'm gonna say that being said that we don't have people to make fun of feels like, I don't know, a bit of a 4chan Kiwi Farms vibe, you know? Oh, we're just making fun of this person. I think that's a little bit of a bad road to go down, you know? To start treating people as vehicles to sort of mock, if that makes sense, you know?
Wrong. You just admitted that you were wrong when you said Hitler was a Jew. Was I wrong? You just said you were wrong.
Yeah.
I guess he means wrong on the overarching issue of Ukraine. Hasn't yet to prove it.
Yeah, he sure didn't.
I mean, if you perform so poorly in the debate that you're feeling like this like a year after the fact,
Yeah.
I think there might be something like underlying about the position you're holding up. Like if you're getting made a fool of constantly, right? I think it might not just be that you're not the best debater or great at presenting yourself. It might also be that the stuff you're pushing forward is just whack.
I need to get better.
Well, I think it's more about the behavior. I don't like. How many of his ideas have we actually heard? I mean, you can critique a person's actions without lambasting their very being itself. Yeah, of course. Criticizing someone's beliefs and actions is a bit different than mocking them as a person, you know? Get better how? I mean, hopefully via therapy, or I don't know. I assume getting away from a cult does, you know, you might actually need therapy. I thought he was going to say he was going to get help. I mean, maybe. Who knows? If he's retiring, then who? The title is that he's retiring. So who knows what he actually means when he says, I need to get better. If he's retiring, then he certainly doesn't mean I need to get better at debate, since he said his solution to read more theory and be more like, what? Oh my god. The MAGA communist guy?
Haas did not get to where he is today just because he was good at playing a character in a debate.
Oh no.
So yeah, he's admitting he just plays a character. So this is like Dr. Disrespect, but politics?
Oh boy.
I mean, I did the Hippy Dippy Championship and Hippy Dippy Roundtable, so I don't know how much room I have to, you know, speak. But I don't think I ever brought it to this level. And I tried to keep it more fun, not talk about wars that get people killed as a character. Calling Hitler a Jew as a character.
Jesus.
He got where he was going because he spent years reading theory.
Did he? Also, what do you mean got where he's going? Like, what is he doing these days? What is Infrared doing? I have no clue.
I don't know. Most people that say they read theory, they engage theory by reading mostly selected quotes. Let's be honest about that. There are a few people that actually read the theory, as in not just read selected quotes from the people that they like, but actually read history, you know, engage in history. And I might not agree with their interpretation of history or what it means, but they actually do engage with it. You know? Setting is not getting it though. I guess one person would be a person that Karasu and I don't see entirely eye to eye about from the President Sunday Discord, but I can recognize that that person engages in, you know, in history. He's too deeply a Duginist. Hello, Lucy. Hello, chat. Hello, Minos. You know? Like when you have a disagreement with someone that engages in the history, you can, it's a little bit of a different discussion. I mean, Haz is reading theory. Yeah, but that depends on what you mean by theory, you know? There's theory and there is theory. Like reading selective works from selective people is also reading theory, in theory, you know? But if you don't really have a little bit of a broader scope of what you're reading, then are you really engaging in the theory, quote unquote, fully? They all read the same 4 books, and books by weird tanky authors. Like, I mean, theory, important ones. The issue is what he's thinking stuff with. He's deeply Duginist from the start. And I also believe that if you're gonna engage with theory, then you're also, especially when it comes to the topics that that at least Marxist-Leninists engage in, you better also read a lot history, you know? Because otherwise you're gonna be, like, you cannot just read theory and then explain every atrocity away, for example, from history by saying it's okay because of the theory. Which is something that a lot of people engage in. Or straight up, like, it can turn into a very dishonest conversation. I'll give you an example, okay? For example, when discussing the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, a lot of people who are basically Stalinist apologists will say, oh, but the USSR entered when the Polish government had already collapsed and run away from the country. So that's okay, because the Soviet Union was supposed to invade Poland after the collapse. Should it collapse, you know? And so they did enter before, because the Polish government had cowardly run away, and so it was okay. To which my response is no. The Polish government ran away from Poland because of the Soviet invasion. Literally. The Soviet invasion was the thing that forced the Polish government to flee the country, actually. And to that, the people talking to me will usually shift to, oh, but they were no longer in Warsaw, were they? So the goalpost just shifts, you know, to whatever fits the explanation why it was okay for the Soviet Union to actually invade. They might have not run away from the country, but they flew, but they, you know, but they were not in the capital, right? They fled the capital. Like, come on. This is sort of the type of discussing history that I really, really dislike. No, Russia didn't change the capital. For example, Gentile who wrote Doctrine of Fascism read theory, read Hegel. He was still creating the basics of fascism. We have to understand that one could reach in the very dark ideas to read in theory too. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm saying that you need to have a broader pool of theory to sort of you need to read more diverse things, is what I'm trying to say, you know. That is why I said there's theory and there's theory, you know. If you read selected things from theory, then you can go to pretty dark places. So where Yankee Tanky is right about Haas, that part of his success is that he read theory, and people can see that when he was debating circles or destiny. Yes. Right. I mean, I can agree with that. We all should read more. I definitely want to read more in preparation for the streams, you know? It makes perfect sense to read more. I feel like I don't read nearly enough. Because Destiny absolutely read nothing. Yeah, Destiny usually operates on vibes and being able to speak fast and more or less coherently. You know, that's basically Destiny's modus operandi. And it shows when he's facing people like Haas. Right. Laziness and sophistry. I get Yeti, he doesn't have a lot of going outside of online communities. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. But yeah, like, if you're gonna engage in theory, then you must have like a diverse source of what you read. He is crying. He is quite literally crying. Like, he started crying that he did bad in the debates and he was made to look like a fool. Like, it's not just an awkward pause. He is actually crying. He was actually like wiping his tears with a tissue and stuff. By the way, Dugin is really just resalvaged fascism. I mean, MAGA communism. Infrared is also a Duginist, right? My goodness. My problem of reading is that I genuinely have problems focusing on things. Which might sound like a weird claim, but I do genuinely feel that I have a big problem focusing on a thing that I'm supposed to do. Maybe that's a thing that I should genuinely like address. I wasn't too sure from the start since I encountered him online. Interesting. What boss is this? It's a dungeon boss from the newest expansion. Talks about need of multipolar worlds, or probably considering how fickle my concentration is. I'm not doing so bad when it comes to reading. President Sunday said he did the same thing, and I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure too. I'm sometimes wonder if he's just saying it or if that's actually true. He said read a little bit every day. There's worse in doing than the multipolar world. This the distinction of the and land power. No, I have no. Oh my gosh. No love for Destiny, but has never looked good in those debates. He was only brought on my Destiny because he was a clown to make easy money off of. But from what I can recall, has made a complete arse of himself. Remembering when he alluded to jerking off, he makes you lose parts of your soul. Is he stupid? Sea and land power. Okay. I wonder if President Sunday really has problem focusing on reading and reads small chunks at a time every day. To be honest, President Sunday does not really strike me as a person that has trouble keeping focus on a thing. But oh my gosh. But as they say, looks can be deceiving, right? So Destiny did good by talking about Ukraine against Haz, but in that case, the Liberals and Destiny did their homework. Yeah. However, about theory and philosophy, Destiny does not do that. Usually, no. That would take away his time from doing other things. Focus can be very contextual. I can say that someone with ADHD, as I imagine many have. Thunberg is honest when it comes to theory and tells us straightly he's not an expert. I wouldn't call myself an expert either. But it's like, not many people are experts. And it's always a good thing to be willing to read more, right? It's a good thing to say, oh, I'm not an expert on this, but I will read about it, for example. That's already like a plus. Or I'm not an expert, period, you know? I'm not good on this, I'm not good on that. But it is a nice bonus if you say that you're just willing to read about it to get to know about it more and more and more. Like basically what President Sunday says about wanting to read Marx. But yeah, let's continue. This is just a warm-up segment, so and then we're gonna talk about the thing that I'm really sad
By the way,
about.
I don't think necessarily like high viewership means you're successful or like necessarily going to get my respect. I think it also has to do with, I don't think he gets high viewership either. I think probably probably relatively get the same level of viewership or something. I think it also has to do like what like you contribute with your time, and I don't know what he actually contributes with his time. Like, I think there's also, you know, a value to what you like. I am much more proud of my Ukraine content than I am
Right.
of the Hippie Debate Roundtable, because I just think that it contributes more to the historical record.
True.
And I don't know what he contributes.
True. Definitely true.
So if the Yankee Tanky or whatever it is comes later down the road in the future, whatever that looks like, I cannot even predict it, right? I don't know if I'm going to come back as a Yankee Tanky. I really don't.
He's gonna come back, period. He just quit. He just quit. You just tap out and be done. Go get a job.
Maybe.
But guys might not even know, yeah, I'm coming back. You might just see another guy that, you know, is stealing the aesthetics of Voidburn. And you guys might not even know who the fuck I am. I don't know yet.
What?
And he's really crying.
You have no idea. I have no idea.
To like what, 100 views on YouTube? Who's he crying for? I guess himself.
I mean, you can. It's fair to cry for
But I'll
yourself.
say
You
that-
don't. You don't need to cry for someone else. It's perfectly fine to cry for yourself. You know. That's perfectly fine. I despise people like him. People who would try so hard to put just to not have a name. Or too scared to be a person. Wait, what do you... Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate? Oh, damn. What I said sounds really cryptic, but trust me if it makes sense to me. Can you elaborate on it a bit? My gosh, I really have to read faster and more. My grandfather used to tell me a lot, you must pick up your pace of reading. You must read faster. That is a thing that I've heard from my grandfather a lot. You must pick up the pace of the reading. You must, you know. It was always advice that was difficult for me to sort of follow. I like to take like an hour to explain, but basically I think he has his character. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess I think I know what you mean. Power reading. Damn. Like my grandfather would 300 pages book, my grandfather would expect me to have like 200 or 300 pages. My grandfather expected should be read within like 2-3 days max or something. And beyond that, it's slow. It's slow pace. Beyond taking more than 2-3 days to read that 300 pages book. Which is wild. Dylan almost picking his nose slave on 4K and stream. True. We caught it.
I need to read theory.
Fix the screen? Wait, what's wrong with the screen? I think it's fine. What's wrong with the screen? What do you mean fix the screen, by the way? It's half cut off? Is it? Oh. Sorry. Damn. I haven't noticed. There we go. Apologies. It's a new Dr. Evil book. Oh. Okay. There we go.
Theory. I need to read Hegel. I need to read.
I don't know how you go like in front of the camera and it's a hit and then be like, I can't believe I made myself look like such a fool. Like this just feels like the Elon situation. I send the communication system to the war zone and it caused the war. I acted like an idiot online and I looked like an idiot. So surprising.
Oh, boy.
Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. I need to read Plato. I need to read Aristotle. I need to read Dugin.
Yeah, he's gonna read Alexander Dugin to become a better communist. The humor in that.
Confucius. I need to read Xi Jinping. I need to read Deng. I need to read all of Mao. You know.
Wait.
Can I just?
What have you been reading? Wait. Hold on. Have you read anything up to this point? I don't know. Read history in general would be my advice. Dugin is bad. Don't read him. I mean, my book list is pretty full at the moment. I don't think I have place to squeeze anything else. Like my book thing is pretty tight, so to speak. Pretty much listed all of Tanki series, so the Boost movie over according to him. What?
Put this out there that reading books isn't going to necessarily make you not stupid, like, because number one, it depends what books you read and what material it's contributing to you, what you take out of the books.
That's
like,
true.
I read poetry sometimes. I don't take much out of poetry. I'm not really good with poetry, right? I could read all the poetry in the world. I don't know if I'm really going to get that much out of it. And also, if it's bad poetry, it's going to contribute even less. So if he's reading Xi Jinping thought, I don't really think that's going to help him much in most political debates. I don't think if he's reading Alexander Dugin, who has openly said that he wants, and he wrote this in his book, Foundation of Geopolitics, that Russia should like try to like foment like race riots and a civil war and a race war in the United States. I don't know if that's really the books you want to be reading.
I don't necessarily agree actually here with Dylan. As in, yeah, it depends on what you want to get from the books, you know? And sometimes the best way to engage with something, even critically, is to actually read it to know very well what it's about, you know? So, on some level, it might actually not be such a bad idea to read some of Xi Jinping to get a picture from the horse's mouth what he's actually saying, if that makes sense, you know? Like, reading things does not automatically mean that you have to take the things on board and adopt them as your beliefs. Gotta read Ben Shapiro books. Oh no. Aren't Ben Shapiro books not quote unquote theory but trashy fiction? Doesn't Ben Shapiro deal with that sort of thing? A book review of it. Holden, you're gonna have to send me a copy of Ben Shapiro's book in order for me to even be able to consider reading it. Like proper trash. I know that a famous YouTuber did a book review of the book Trigger Warning, I think. Yeah, I've read some of Carnegie's work, and that doesn't make me a capitalist. I read his work to get an understanding of his doctrine and capitalist doctrine more broadly. Yeah, exactly.
Reading to, you know,
it's worth sometimes to just read the thing that you don't agree with to get a feeling for it, you know?
produce a Yankee pro-American communism.
I need to read so many theorists and philosophers throughout human history in different regions of the world. I genuinely do.
Okay.
Because I'm outmatched.
Maybe he should read books about, of people he disagrees with. That's a suggestion. He should maybe read Adam Smith.
I'm not cut out for this debate scene. I'm great at playing a character. I can be the Yankee Tanky, This is a WrestleMania, political mania of
That's
politics.
not great.
We're gonna come in. We're gonna turn the cream rises to the top. I can do that all day. But can I genuinely articulate theory?
Good question.
At the mode of a debate?
Dude, he can barely articulate himself, period. I don't know how...
That's
You gotta work on
so...
that before you can articulate theory.
Oh my
Like, you
god, that
yelling
is
Hitler
so
was a Jew
harsh.
isn't a theory problem. That's a you problem.
Yeah.
Anywhere near the capacity of Haas? No. No, I can't. I'm outmatched. And it makes me look like a fool when I go into a debate with Keffels. It makes me look like a fool when I go into a debate with Domebirds.
Oh.
The only reason I looked good with the Vosh debate, which people disagree with me, but I
You
still
don't...
to this day,
What?
despite me mishearing rape of Nanking.
Mishearing it. I mean, okay, for those of you who don't know, he was asked about the rape of Nanking and he didn't know what it was. I didn't think
He did not look
Vosh
good in the
mispronounced
Vosh.
it or anything. I mean, it doesn't look like he didn't know. And he asked it multiple times. Okay. That's your story.
I swear to God, I heard Grapes of Wrath, and I will stand by that to this
What?
day.
And even that is like, I think he's thinking of like one moment. It wasn't just that one moment where he did stupid, or that one moment where he said like Hitler was a Jew that was stupid. Like his whole performance,
True.
his demeanor, his character was
True.
stupid.
Yep.
It's the same reason why Infrared's been locked in the same place he's been for as long as he has. It's just his character is even more stupid. Yankee Tankies.
Oh.
Okay.
Jesus.
I think my best debate performance was with Vosh because he's such a fucking moron. And it was
No.
easy to destroy Vosh.
This... What? Is this a joke? He thinks he destroyed Vosh? Okay. I don't even know what to say to that. I thought there was some self-reflection or self-awareness here. I destroyed Vosh more than the Yankee Tanky, objectively. Remember when I won a debate against Vosh? Well, it's a thing. Things like that, the atrocities that Japan performed against China was something that I learned in high school. Like the invasion of China that Japan did soon before World War II. Our historian did not pull punches. He would just say that Japanese soldiers would, for example, go into hospitals and murder everyone, doctors, nurses, patients, everybody that would be inside of a hospital indiscriminately, Everybody. No, everybody in the hospital building. And that was just one example of one type of building, a hospital, but... And also, our historian did not really hold punches when it came to... Because many times there's this perspective of the Cold War, of US versus the USSR, the good US versus the bad USSR. And our historian also did not hold punches when it came to listing all of the atrocities that the US did during the Cold War. So we had a pretty rounded education, at least at the high school that I attended, when it came to the history of things like the Cold War. I should. I think I might actually have it, so that's might be a thing worth playing. Yeah, I think I might play Wolfenstein. I have access to it. So we might do that on the next stream, doing gameplay segments. We actually had a really good historian in high school, but that's a whole different story. Okay, let's continue. This is a... Okay, I that video could have been okay, but it went into a really bad direction. Seeing Haz as your model to mimic, thinking that you destroyed Vosh, that you look good in that debate was wanting to wreak Hegel and Dugan.
It was easy. But Dylan
Easy.
Burns knows just enough to make someone look stupid. Even though we know he's wrong. We know he's wrong.
Easy.
Yeah, that is true. I am wrong.
Easy.
But I don't have the material to back it up.
Ah, yeah. If only you could find facts that support you, because all the facts that you're finding right now are against you. Man, I wonder what that indicates.
True.
And same was the case with Capfuls, right? She spent just enough.
No matter how much I research, all the information says that I'm wrong. Ah, can someone give me information that says that I'm right? Does he not? He just can't see the writing on the wall, can he?
In the Canadian
My
Communist
goodness.
Party, enough time there, reading enough theory, that she was able to make herself sound smart. Even though we all know she's a fucking dingbat. Or he. Depending how you want to look at it, right?
Oh my god. Had to put that in there. Had to put that in there. It's actually pretty telling as well that the default is actually gendering her correctly, but he actually has to force himself to misgender her because he's a bigot, of course. He literally had to force himself to misgender her. Yeah, he's an idiot outside of character as well as in character, I guess.
Wow, very brave.
I know how I looked in those debates.
How did he cry about this shit for 2 hours, man?
I know how I looked. And I enjoyed playing the character, but...
Did I really inspire this guy to tears? Like, I didn't even do much in the debates. It was mostly just letting him behave how he behaved, and he's crying about it. It wasn't me. Like, he's even admitting to it. Like, I said all this dumb shit. It's not like I had to do very little effort in my debates with him. Due to the fact he was yelling so much, it was kind of hard to get any point across or to get him to respond to my points. He wouldn't respond to my points.
True. That's why I'm saying that
Even
nor
though he didn't
Capos
really
nor
respond to
Dylan
my
made
points,
him look
just
bad.
his performance, just how he behaved alone.
Yes.
He knows.
Yeah.
Even disregarding my points completely, he knows he looked like a fool.
True.
And that's going to be something that's going to take a lot more to work on than just reading theory. You know, it wasn't reading theory that made him start breaking out into song when I asked him a difficult question.
True.
The best way to gain clout is debates, and I just don't have it.
That's true.
What?
He doesn't got it. Wah, wah. Sucks for him, man.
Damn.
Yankee Tanky is no more. Yankee Tanky
That's-
defeated.
That's not true, by the way. You don't need clout to win debates. That's just ridiculous. I do music as well, but yeah. I do giggling. That is what I do. He never said he was retired. He sort of did. He said that he was gonna go away and that he's maybe gonna return, but he doesn't know what he's gonna return as. Is he gonna return as Yankee Tanky the character, or is he gonna return as some other thing? I don't know. As Haz point 2.0. It's like Batman, he'll be back. Wait, that's Terminator. He's like Batman, he has to go train in the mountains with Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul.
Defeated by the globalist shill, Dylan Birds TV. Ah man.
Oh come on.
Now I'll do the Yankee globalist. I'll have to take over the Yankee title.
Oh my gosh. That was so brutal. Dylan Burns used to have this thing in the end where there would be his portrait and the portrait would wink. Wing. That was kinda nice, but I guess he doesn't do that anymore. A mountain retreat with her. So yeah, I guess next we're gonna go into the segments. It's time. It's time to discuss some theory. It is a performance of a character that he plays. What a weird video it was when you break it down to its bare components. Okay, when you strip it of crying and all the other, do you know what he basically said in that video? Like, my God. Do you know what he actually said? No, he did say something. That's the sad part. He did actually say something loud and clear. Okay, he did say that he's a transphobe, but there's also something else. Something really embarrassing that he said, which I'm not sure you should brag about. You know? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what he said. I'm just gonna tell you without waiting. What he basically said throughout this whole video is, I tried doing all those debates, but then I realized that I actually don't know anything. And that I actually have to go back to the drawing board and learn anything, because I don't know anything. That is basically what he kept saying throughout this video. That is so bizarre. That is such a bizarre thing to make a video around. I tried debating, but then I just realized that I don't know anything about anything. Oh boy. You know? The game will be a bit slow. Okay, let's discuss what we just saw. What are your opinions? Do you agree with my analysis? My deep analysis? Or will you make me look like a fool? And will I have to go back to the drawing board and read some Dugan? Will I have to mimic Haz in order to impress you with my analysis? Do you know what fellow travelers thinks of you and Hegel? I'm really battling with myself if I should introduce the Nazi fellow traveler to the audience today. Okay, because he apparently only has like fake subscribers or something. His view count is really low. So vote in the chat if you want me to cover the Nazi fellow traveler person or not. Who is Fellow Traveler? Moose Watcher, you don't know who Fellow Traveler is? I've only covered 3 of his videos. I cannot believe. I've covered 3 Fellow Traveler videos. And I've uploaded 2 segments about Fellow Traveler. It's the person that said that Stalin predicted Nazi invasion in 1931. And what else? Oh yeah, it's the person that said that Holodomor was not a genocide. Yeah, the Joker, the person that told Vaj that he'll be selling pencils from a cup. Exactly. Not amassing defenses at the Russian border was Stalin's genius strategy all along. True. In fact, forbidding the Red Army to engage the Nazi army was for the chess on the part of Stalin. This is how you win. Look, you can have portraits now. Which portrait is the best? This one, because it's actually okay. The person left. Okay, I cannot give any commendation. All right. They didn't even give friendship treaty. Oh yeah, the friendship treaty. The second Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Yes, believe it or not, there was a second Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which was called the Pact of Borders and Friendship. But usually people like Fellow Traveler will not tell you about that one. Because it's not exactly expedient to do. Okay. Let's go. Let's go for the topics, because it's just... Okay, which one are you more interesting? Then let's be friends with Nazi's treaty. Molotov-Ribbentrop 2 Electric Bungalow. The Molotov-Ribbentrop 2 was like a... it was an add-on to the first Ribbentrop-Molotov. And then there was a third one, actually, shortly before the invasion of Nazi Germany. Believe it or not. Shortly before the Nazis betrayed the USSR, there was a Ribbentrop-Molotov 3. Yeah. It's pretty funny. But forget about that. Tell me, which topic do you prefer? The far right, Holocaust, revisionism, or glorification of Poland? What do you prefer? Both are pretty serious topics. Both make me pretty angry. Both make me want to talk. Both make me really want to rant. All 10 of you have to choose what you want. Revisionism. Okay, genocide revisionism. That's good. That's a good topic. says greater ain't. Anyone else? I'll go with far right. Both of these topics are far right. Both of these topics are, interestingly enough, the far right doing bad stuff. So whichever of these two topics you pick, you will get me talking about the far right. That part's guaranteed. Because it's both things that are about the same government that I will be criticizing, the government of Poland. Fun fact, the Nazis, when they invaded the Netherlands, they attempted to persuade the Frisians into helping them with promises of self-rule. The Frisians, being sensible more or less, saw them for the snakes they were and didn't help them. Nice. Hello, boy. Oh my gosh, boy meets Mini. Hello. We're gonna discuss some really big topics today, boy, which is nice that you wandered into this domain of giggling. But I will sadly assure you that there will be no giggling when it comes to these topics. The Blitz myth. I think the revisionism. Okay. So, how many of you were here? True. No giggle, but more to cover topics. That's actually very true. How many of you were here for me covering the webinar among experts? Among them were the curator of the permanent exhibition of the Pauline Museum. That's an important one. And how many of you were here for the discussion, or rather an argument that the experts had about the Polish government's role in trying to rewrite history to protect the good name of the Polish nation? That is my first question to the audience. That is the entry to this segment. An important one, by the way. Because then I will show you a quote, and that quote will be the entry to our discussion. A discussion that does need to be explained a little bit, because otherwise you might be under a big misconception. I saw the panel, but it's not an area I know much about. That's okay. And a big part of their reasoning was likely because there were already ethnic Frisians in Germany, and the Nazi government didn't give them self-rule, so why would they do so now? True. Okay, you saw the panel. So, oh my gosh, I'm trying to jump on this. We're going to start with this quote, which I'm going to find from the archives of Somiostatic Talk. Let me check.
Hiding or from
Excellent. That's a great person. We should watch that video one day. But for now, I want to show you a very specific quote. Quote so specific. Why can't I find it? I've had it up. Oh my gosh. Okay, where is it? will find it somewhere around here. There we go. I'll just have to find the right timing. I just realized we never made the... Oh, we didn't! We need to do that. That's a big priority. I've been to the Holocaust Museum here in LA. It was years ago. There should go again. Help me turn left. That's very good. That's a very interesting thing. We should talk about that one. We should talk about that sometime. You know? We should definitely talk about that. Your visit to the museum. I'm gonna find the times of the concrete, of the specific,
from Israel.
the very specific quote that I want to find.
To us, perhaps. So, for families.
I want to find the specific thing.
With or had seen around for the
Absolutely.
Okay.
for the
Let's
whole
listen to
with they didn't just help that film Machine Catcher
process of German.
Okay, we're gonna listen to a question from a person, and then we're going to listen to the Polish person's response, and I will want to address it. I will want to address it. This video is short enough that we could watch the whole thing, but there's no point.
Germany's denazification.
And of course, we're still joined by Marcin Kaczorowski. Marcin,
Let me check this person actually. Who is Marcin Kaczorowski? Oh, it should be easy. I cannot find the right one. I think this is the one. Yeah, I found him. Who is he? Who are you? I mean, it's pretty evident that he is a right-winger. Okay. Listen to this very carefully, okay? Listen carefully.
having looked at that film there now, this sacrifice that the Ulma family made for their neighbors, was that a common thing? That it was people who, they didn't just help anybody, it was people that they knew and had worked with or had seen around for the whole of their lives?
Absolutely. We cannot say that there were just few Poles who were helping. And contrary to the information, which, for example, we can find on the Poly Museum website, that very few people, very few Poles wanted to help. Well, let's quote, for example, the words of one of the last leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Marek Edelman. And I think this is a very cautious estimate. In Warsaw alone, between 10 and 20,000 Jews managed to hide on the Polish side of the wall.
10 and 20, between 10 or 20,000 Jewish people managed to hide on the Polish side of the wall. Do you know how many Jewish people were in Warsaw? Over 400,000. Over 400,000 Jewish people lived in Warsaw at that time. Just to put it into perspective, what he is saying here. Also, I want to address the language. Of contrary to what the Polin Museum is saying, it's not true that not many Polish people helped Jewish people. And the inclusion of the story of the Ulma family about, and this is something that the Polish government does. It hyper focuses on that one family that actually helped Jewish people and use this family as a vehicle to create a Norse population was 1.3 million when the war started. That's right. There was a narrative created by the government of Polish people being great, not having anything to do with the Holocaust at all, saving Jewish people en masse. And to illustrate, let's look at this tweet. Because this is just state of Poland. I'm gonna find the tweet right now. I should have had it prepared, but I thought I linked the tweet. This is the one. Here you go. This will be this is part of the propagandizing that I'm talking about. Literally, this is why you'll always be a hobbyist. What? You're so mean to me for no reason at all. Here it is. In the heart of World War II, Józef and Victoria Ulma took an extraordinary risk. They sheltered two Jewish families for over a year in their small village of Markowa, Poland. The stakes couldn't have been higher, with 6 children and Victoria pregnant with the 7th. On March 24, 1944, their ultimate sacrifice was met with unspeakable horror. A German officer, Eilert Deacon, ordered the execution of the Ulma family along with the 8 Jews they were sheltering. This story, so far, is omitting a crucial detail. Okay? It's omitting a crucial detail that puts a wedge in the narrative. We'll get back to it. Unless this tweet is honest and mentions it. When Deacon lived a long, undisturbed life, the Ulma family's existence was brutally erased. Their farm burned, possessions looted, and bodies left unburied. Even their memory was nearly lost, save for those who dared to remember. Deacon's private archive, unearthed by Instytut Pileckiego, reveals a man untroubled by his actions. But it's time we disturb the comfortable narrative of regular Germans. The tragedy of the Ulma family and countless others deserves no less. Today is a historic day in Markowa. The beatification of the 9-member Ulma family. This is the first time in church history that the entire family, including an unborn child, will be beatified. Their beatification is more than just an honor. It's a solemn reminder that goodness, even in the face of evil, is never in vain. The Ulma family's sacrifice stands as a beacon of courage, and today they receive the recognition they so justly deserve. May their beatification stir our collective conscience, and may their history continue to illuminate the darkest corners of history. And this is the family. And yes, they're being made saints. So the thing about this story is not me questioning if the Ulma family sheltered Jewish people. That's beyond question. That happened. It's true. But what is troubling is the government's myth creating project around the family. The creation of the myth of Polish people that only helped Jewish people, never had any hand in the atrocities of the Holocaust, and that even talking about the fact that many Polish people did not want to help, and that helping was actually a rarity, is considered an attack on the Polish nation by the Polish government. And you can probably see what the problem with that is. You know? Sort of on the authority of the government with the cooperation of the Catholic Church. So, there is one detail that I said was omitted from this story. Do you know what it is? It says here, on March 24th, 1944, their ultimate sacrifice was met with unspeakable horror. A German officer, Eilert Deacon, ordered the execution of the Alma family along with the 8 Jews they were sheltering. Now I have a question for you all. I have a question. We have a story here. A good Polish family was hiding 2 Jewish families. They were executed by the Nazis. So the big question is that I pose you, how did the Nazis find out that the Polish family was hiding Jewish people? How did the Nazis find out? So basically, Poland is saying the Nazi invaders were the only anti-Semitic people here, not us. Seriously. Yes, that is. Boy Meets Me gets the narrative perfectly. How did the Nazis find out about the families being sheltered? The answer is, of course, they had a Polish informant. Suddenly, the story takes on a little bit of a different feeling, no? Suddenly it becomes a little bit of a different thing when you have a Polish family sheltering Jewish people, which is good, you know? And a Polish informant who told the Nazis, these people are hiding Jewish people, go get them. Okay, I will be blunt about this. What the government is trying to say, look at this family. They saved Jewish people because the Polish nation saved Jewish people. Poland is a nation of people who saved Jewish people. And the reality is that Poland was, for the most part, full of people who were indifferent to what was going on to the Jewish people. There were a lot of people that actively participated in killing Jewish people. And there were those few who did, at the risk of their life, help Jewish people. And it's insulting to those people who did help to claim that it was a white phenomenon, that was a nationwide phenomenon helping Jewish people. It is an affront to people who actually chose to help, even if they were few of them, you know? It's an insult. And there is a reason why the title of the righteous among the nation exists, because they were not a huge amount of the righteous among the nations. It was not a widespread phenomenon. Good old ethno-nationalist identity revisionist history classic. Yes. And the worst part about it is that I can see the Polish government making effort to export the rhetoric abroad. Okay? And we are going to make a follow-up to this segment for sure. Because on the 15th, I'm going to a meeting with a pretty famous author. I'm going to write his name to make sure that I'm... That's right. Perfect. I'm going to show his photo on the... I'm going to show his picture on the internet so you can see who I will be meeting on the 15th. No, I'm not gonna go meet Ben Shapiro. Oh my gosh. So aesthetic. I'm going to meet this person. Constante Geber. This is his photo. Okay? And what we are going to be talking about is going to be a meeting with him. I'm going into a meeting. There will be a bunch of other people and we will be listening to him speak. Okay? He will be talking about what led Polish people to participating in the killing of 200,000 Jewish people. 200,000. Now, remember what the person said in the video that we just watched? Remember what he said? He said, contrary to what you might find in the Polish Museum, it's not true that not many Polish people helped Jewish people. 10 to 20,000 Jewish people hid in the Polish quarter of Warsaw. And I'm going to be listening to a scholar talking about what led Polish people to participating in the death of 200,000 Jewish people. So, even if we just make it a cold calculation, a cold calculus, an emotionless calculus, did more people help or not help? 20,000 people saved, 200,000 people killed. I still have saved in a digital format. Yes, Polish Jewish people. 200,000 people killed. Keep in mind, before the war, the Polish Jewish population in Poland before the war, there were 3.5 million Jewish people in Poland. Poland had a population of 3.5 million Jewish people. And at the end of the war, by the end of the war, that population shrank to about 300,000 people. About 90% of the entire Jewish community in Poland was killed in the Shoah. Half of the estimated entirety of Jewish people killed in the Holocaust were Jewish people from Poland. It's an important fact to remember. Okay? It's important to keep that in mind. And there's more to this as well. There's the fact that historians are being attacked. Half of all Jewish people killed were Polish, half of all Polish people were Jewish. Yes. That's right. And the government is viciously attacking all historians that are speaking out about the factual about how about the claim that Polish people helped Jewish people en masse, that it was like a national wide thing to do, which is an absolute lie. It is an absolute lie. And lately I've noticed that the Polish government has increased its efforts to export a false history, not just teach a false version of history domestically, but also to export a fictional version of history abroad. And I might not have a huge audience. I might not have like a huge reach, at least for now. But I just think this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable to just leave. Like, I can't not talk about it. And I think it's really important that we do at least a few of those segments. I will be taking notes on the 15th about the role Polish people played in the Holocaust. And I will be certainly talking about it here. I will keep talking about it to counter the narrative of the government that is trying to silence people that do want to talk about it. And that is quite literally an oppressive government tactic. You know? You cannot just take the sacrifice. I don't think I'm allowed to record. I can ask. I will ask if I will be able to record. That's actually a good idea. If I was able to record, then I'd just add subtitles. And that'll be a very good idea. So we'll be definitely doing a lot of segments about this topic, if that's okay with everybody here. Actually, I think this was much shorter than I anticipated it to be. But that's okay. Let's treat it as an entry to what we're going to be discussing after the 15th. Because there's a lot more. There's the lawsuit that one of the historian is leveraging against the Ministry of Education, for one. Reporter Lucy. True. I also want to. I will take Dylan Burns' lead, and I also want to contribute something. You know, I want to contribute something as well. And I think that fighting against a narrative of a government that is trying to rewrite history counts to some extent as contributing something. Oh boy. All right. If we have enjoyed this, someone tell Dylan he can plug in label mics to the field recorder he has. I think it's pretty directly relevant to the US. Yes, it actually is. It actually is very directly relevant to the US for a couple of reasons. I think the biggest example of this being relevant to the US is how the US is basically also trying to falsify history to create a narrative of a beautiful nation that did nothing wrong ever. Like the most outrageous example would be the changes in the education of Florida, which would teach students that actually slaves were taught useful skills that they could take away out of the plantation, that whitewashing the biggest attack on black people during an election as people did bad things on both sides. This sort of distortion of history, this sort of revisionism, it's happening in the US as well, of course. And we must oppose it wholeheartedly. It is a thing that must be talked about nonstop. And as Demon Mama said yesterday, for me it was last night, we have to be annoying about it. We have to be super annoying about it. We have to talk about it a lot. That's right. I watched some New Statics talk with Demon Mama. That's right. I watched it. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Oh, some of that I can blame on Tocqueville. He was one of the original whitewashers of American history, if you will. Florida is scaring me deeply. Me as well. I'm far away from the US, and some of these things scare me deeply as well. Those are very systemic issues. Tocqueville. So yeah, we will be talking about that as well. Actually, any news? I'm in Florida. Ouch. Ouch. That is unfortunate. Any news on the Florida thing, by the way? On the Florida education thing? Let's just watch. Alexis Charles Henry Clarel Comte de Tocqueville. I wonder if I'm even reading his surname correctly. Tocqueville. Tocqueville. I'm reading Tocqueville. It's Tocqueville. School system is actively collapsing, it feels like. Taco Bell. Okay, usually known as Tocqueville was a French aristocrat, diplomat, political scientist, political philosopher, and historian. He's best known for his works Democracy in America, appearing in 2 volumes, 1835 and 1840, and The Old Regime and the Revolution, 1856. In both, he analyzed the living standards and social conditions of individuals as well as their relationship to the market and state in Western societies. Democracy in America was published after Tocqueville's travels in the United States and is today considered an early work of sociology and political science. Dark Sunday. Huh. Tocqueville was active in French politics first under the July monarchy and then during the Second Republic, which succeeded in the February 1848 revolution. He retired from political life after Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's 2nd December 1851 coup and threatened and oh my gosh. Okay, this is gonna be cut in post, that's okay. And thereafter began work on the old regime and the revolution. Tocqueville argued the importance of the French Revolution was to continue the process of modernizing and centralizing the French state, which had begun under King Louis XIV. He believed the failure of the revolution came from the inexperience of the deputies who were too wedded to abstract Enlightenment ideas. Oh, okay. The revolution failed because people were too wedded to Enlightenment ideas. I can only imagine what that means. I can only speculate what that means. Tocqueville was a classical liberal who advocated parliamentary government and was skeptical of the extremes of majoritarianism. During his time in parliament, he was first a member of the center left before moving to the center right. Of course. And the complex and restless nature of his liberalism has led to contrasting interpretations and admirers across the political spectrum. Excellent. Democracy in America. I want to see anything that is about him playing apologetics for U.S. history of slavery. There has to be something about that here. An infamous quote of his was that the human heart has a perverse craving for equality. Ah, I see. The perverse craving for equality. I think that book is Democracy in America. Yeah, but there has to be something. He ignored what our government did to the natives. Of course. In Democracy in America, published in 1835, Tocqueville wrote of the New World and its burgeoning democratic order. Observing from the perspective of a detached social scientist, Tocqueville wrote of his travels through the United States in the early 19th century, when the market revolution, Western expansion, and Jacksonian democracy were radically transforming the fabric of American life. Okay. I will just say this, okay? I assume, because I am good faith, unlike everybody else, I'm more good faith than 99% of people, first of all. Second of all, I assume that when they write classic liberal here, that is what he himself saw himself as. I assume that's what they refer to when they say that he was a classic liberal. I assume that is what he basically called himself. Does that make sense? I don't think. I think that the wiki just says, oh, he was this because he called himself this. I don't think the wiki just examines if his self label sort of perfectly matched with the ideas or ideals that the label is supposed to correspond with. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Observing from the perspective of a detached scientist. Okay. As emphasized in introduction to book 1, the purpose of the work is somewhat beyond the American democracy itself, which was rather an illustration to the philosophical claim that democracy is an effect of industrialization. In a sense, Tocqueville anticipated Marx's viewpoint that history is determined by development and changes of socioeconomic conditions, the so-called formations that are described by specific productive forces and relations of production. This focus on the philosophy of history justifies a certain ambiguity in using the words democracy and explains why Tocqueville even ignores the intents of the founding fathers of the United States regarding the American political system. To pursue the central idea of his study, a democratic revolution caused by industrialization as exemplified by America, Tocqueville persistently refers to democracy. This is, in fact, very different from what the founding fathers of the United States meant. Moreover, Tocqueville himself is not quite consistent in using the word democracy, applying it alternately to representative government, universal suffrage, or majority-based government. According to political scientist Joshua Kaplan, one purpose of writing Democracy in America was to help the people of France get a better understanding of their position between a fading aristocratic order and an emerging democratic order, and to help them sort out the confusion. Tocqueville saw democracy as an equation that balanced liberty and equality, concern for the individual as well as for the community. What is the YouTube? Tocqueville was an ardent supporter of liberty. I have a passionate love for liberty, law, and respect for rights, he wrote. I am neither of the revolutionary party nor of the conservative. So he basically said he was a centrist. Liberty is my foremost passion, he wrote of political consequences of the social state of the Anglo-Americans, by saying, but one also finds in the human heart a depraved taste for equality, which impels the weak to want to bring the strong down to their level, and which reduces men to preferring equality in servitude to inequality in freedom. That's the infamous quote. The human heart has a depraved taste for equality, which impels the weak to want to bring the strong down to their level, and which reduces men to preferring equality in servitude to equality in freedom. The above is often misquoted as a slavery quote because of previous translations of the French text. Interesting. That's interesting. The wiki is attempting to explain to us what the quote means. Let's see. So the above is often misquoted as a slavery quote because of previous translations of the French text. The most recent translation by Arthur Goldhammer in 2004 translates the meaning to be as stated above. Examples of misquoted sources are numerous on the internet, such as Americans are so enamored of equality that they would rather be equal in slavery than unequal in freedom. But the text does not contain the words Americans were so enamored by equality anywhere. Interesting. But even the correctly okay. His view on the government reflects his belief in liberty and the need for individuals to be able to act freely while respecting others' rights. Of centralized government, he wrote that it excels in preventing not doing. Is he the type of person that says the individual freedom of slave owners should be respected? Tocqueville continues to comment on equality by saying, furthermore, when citizens are all almost equal, it becomes difficult for them to defend their independence against the aggressions of power, as none of them is strong enough to fight alone with advantage. The only guarantee of liberty is for everyone to combine forces, but such combination is not always in evidence. Tocqueville explicitly cites inequality as being incentive for the poor to become rich, and notes that it is not often that two generations within a family maintain success, and that it is inheritance laws that split and eventually break apart someone's estate that cause a constant cycle of churn between the poor and the rich, thereby over generations making the poor rich and the rich poor. What? That's not. Oh, come on. That's laughable. That is for real. Is this for real? Okay, this is the by far the most laughable thing I've heard on this wiki. The constant cycle of churn between poor and the rich, thereby over generations making the poor rich and the rich poor. Ah, yes. You know, the well documented, never ending cycle of life of poor people becoming rich and rich people becoming poor. Come on. Oh my gosh. The poor become rich and rich become poor. Okay. That's rich. He cites protective laws in France at the time that protected an estate from being split apart among heirs, thereby preserving wealth and preventing a churn of wealth, such as was perceived by him in 1845 within the United States. Okay, I will have to see if There you go. On slavery, black people, and Indians. I cannot believe that an article still has this like term. Uniquely positioned at a crossroads in American history, Tocqueville's Democracy in America attempted to capture the essence of American culture and values. Although a supporter of colonialism, of course he was a supporter of colonialism. Of course. Also, the splitting of wealth between heirs doesn't mean that they become poor. It means that each one of them is slightly less wealthy. That not one of them is super rich, but all of them are well off, which is not the same as being poor. Come on. If a rich person writes a will and 3 sons inherit the wealth, all of them are well off. None of them are poor. Told you, Dark President Sunday. So, although a supporter of colonialism, Tocqueville could clearly perceive the evils that black people and natives had been subjected to in the United States. Tocqueville devoted the last chapter of the first volume of Democracy in America to the question, while his travel companion Gustave de Beaumont wholly focused on slavery and its fallouts for the American nation in Mary or Slavery in America. Tocqueville notes among the American races. The first who attracts the eye, the first in enlightenment, in power, and in happiness is the white man, the European, man par excellence. Below him appear the black person and the Indian. These two unfortunate races have neither birth, nor face, nor language, nor mores in common. Only their misfortunes look alike. Both occupy an equally inferior position in the country that they inhabit. Both experience the effects of tyranny. And if their miseries are different, they can accuse the same author for them. Oh boy. Tocqueville contrasted the settlers of Virginia with the middle class, religious Puritans who founded New England, and analyzed the debasing influence of slavery. The men sent to Virginia were seekers of gold, adventurers without resources and without character, whose turbulent and restless spirit endangered the infant colony. Artisans and agriculturalists arrived afterwards, hardly in any respect above the level of the inferior classes in England. No lofty views, no spiritual conception presided over the foundation of these new settlements. The colony was scarcely established when slavery was introduced. This was the capital fact, which was to exercise an immense influence on the character, the laws, and the whole future of the South. Slavery dishonors labor. It introduces idleness into society, and with idleness, ignorance and pride, luxury and distress. It enervates the powers of the mind and benumbs the activity of man. On this same English foundation, there developed in the North very different characteristics. Wait. Oh no. He is sort of criticizing slavery. But if you noticed, he did it for all the bad reasons. Those are all, my God. Oh yeah, because of the slaves, it introduced idleness and laziness. He's sort of critiquing it, but the way in which he goes about it is flawed. Yeah, pretty flawed indeed. Oh. Tocqueville concluded that return of the black population to Africa could not resolve the problem, as he writes at the end of Democracy in America. Oh boy. I guess. Okay, let's be fair and let's read first. Let's just read it, to be fair. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. Let's just read. If the colony of Liberia were able to receive thousands of new inhabitants every year, and if the black people were in a state to be sent thither with advantage, if the Union were to supply the society with annual subsidies and to transport the black people to Africa in government vessels, it would still be unable to counterpoise the natural increase of population among black people. And as it could not remove as many men in a year as are born upon its territory within that time, it could not prevent the growth of the evil which is daily increasing in the states. What? What is he saying? The black race will never leave those shores of the American continent to which it was brought by the passions and the vices of Europeans. That's a really weird way to put it. Let's just... And it will not disappear from the New World as long as it continues to exist. The inhabitants of the United States may retard the calamities which they apprehend, but they cannot now destroy their efficient cause. He is saying something, I'm afraid. I'm afraid he is saying something. He is saying something that, if I'm reading it correctly, terrifies me. He's basically saying we cannot just send them to Africa because more people are born than we can send back to Africa. So we have no choice but to continue with the slavery, because apparently making people equal is not an option in Tocqueville's mind. That's not even like a thought. In 1855, Tocqueville wrote the following text published by Maria Weston Chapman in the Liberty Bell, Testimony Against Slavery. The human heart has a depraved craving for equality. He's basically saying he loves Starship Troopers but hasn't figured out its parody. Okay. I do not think it is for me, a foreigner, to indicate to the United States the time, the measures, or the men by whom slavery shall be abolished. Still, as the persevering enemy of the despotism everywhere and under all its forms, I am pained and astonished by the fact that the freest people in the world is at the present time almost the only one among civilized and Christian nations which yet maintains personal servitude. And this, while serfdom itself is about disappearing, where it has not already disappeared from the most degraded nations of Europe. I guess he's sort of criticizing it here as the time went on. An old and sincere friend of America, I am uneasy at seeing slavery retard her progress, tarnish her glory, furnish arms to her detractors. Compromise the future career of the Union, which is the guarantee of her safety and greatness, and point out beforehand to her all her enemies the spot where they are to strike. As a man too, I am moved at the spectacle of man's degradation by man, and I hope to see the day when the law will grant equal civil liberty to all inhabitants of the same empire. Empire, huh? As God accords the freedom of the will without distinction to the dwellers upon earth. I mean, he did apparently have pretty big input into sociology from what the wiki says. I'll have to ask, I guess, someone that's bigger on sociology than me, how big this person was into contributing to the science of it. Well, science. That's not a technically that's not a correct term. His way of speaking is by all needs antiquated, which does obscure some of his meaning, I guess. But his phrasing would imply America was also great. That's its very foundation have not tarnished it. Okay. The same empire. As God accords the freedom of the will without distinction to the dwellers upon earth. French historian of colonialism. French historian of colonialism Olivier Lecour Grandmaison argues that Tocqueville, along with Jules Michelet, was ahead of his time in his use of the term extermination to describe what was happening during the colonization of Western United States and the Indian removal period. Interesting. But I have not seen any examples of here. But apparently he was ahead of his time when using the word extermination, so oh, on policies of assimilation. Let's see this one. According to Tocqueville, although I'm not seeing anything about historical revisionism from Tocqueville so far. According to Tocqueville, assimilation of black people would be almost impossible, and this was already being demonstrated in the northern states. As Tocqueville predicted, formal freedom and equality and segregation would become this population's reality after a civil war and during Reconstruction, as would the bumpy road to true integration of black people. Segregation didn't. I mean, I'm against assimilation to begin with, but segregation didn't come about because it was impossible for black people to assimilate. It's because of racism. You know? However, assimilation was the best solution for Native Americans, and since they were too proud to assimilate, they would inevitably become extinct. What? Assimilate or die? Displacement was another part of America's Indian policy. Both populations were undemocratic or without the qualities. Okay. And since they were too proud to assimilate, they would inevitably become extinct. Displacement was another part of American Indian policy. Both populations were undemocratic or without the qualities intellectual and otherwise needed to live in a democracy. Integration is the thing that works and doesn't create ghettos. True. Integration is far better than the thing that we should just reject, which is assimilation. Without the qualities, intellectual or otherwise, needed to live in a democracy. There you have it. Tocqueville shared many views on assimilation and segregation of his and coming epochs, but he altered the Gobineau's theories as found in the inequality of human races. Okay, he opposed the Arthur de Gobineau's theories and found what were those theories that he opposed? An essay on the inequality of the human races is a racist and pseudoscientific work of French writer Arthur de Gobineau, which argues that there are intellectual differences between human races, that civilizations decline and fall when the races are mixed, and that the white race is superior. It is today considered to be one of the earliest examples of scientific racialism. So I guess a silver lining that Tocqueville did not agree with this. That's a silver lining. Okay, as for historical revisionism, he said slavery tarnished the glory of America more or less. But by saying that, he implies America was great as opposed to being set up with bad pillars such as true, right? Yeah. He wasn't always racist 24/7. Oh boy. Okay, let's get to the important Polish lesson. Let's look at these links.
Today we're talking about Ashton Kutcher and Mila.
Who? Philip DeFranco? I have no clue what this is. I don't know what this is. Whatever. I can't watch it on stream. What is this? Yeah, okay. We don't have to read about Michael Shermer. All right. The segment is over. Once again, what is that? Yeah, that's your link. That is your link. You said it was a Polish lesson, but it's so. Well, what's this? You said it was a Polish lesson. You pranked me. Okay. So now the question for you is, do you want me to go through the whole... So what do you want to do now? We have two choices. Polish-Belarusian border thing, or the Nazi fellow traveler. That one's gonna be a doozy.
Hello. Are you
How to say life is meaningless and we're all gonna die in Polish? Well, let's see. We're gonna see.
depressed?
Both are interesting topics.
Because I'm not. Which is why today I'm going to teach you how to say life is meaningless and we are all gonna die in
Life is meaningless and we're all gonna die.
Polish. Let's get right into it. Życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy zginiemy.
See, życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy zginiemy.
Życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy zginiemy. Życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy zginiemy. Now the last word I used there, zginiemy, means we are going to die. But ignoring the puzzle of how 5 words fit into one, you could also use umrzemy.
It's not my fault that the English language does not have a proper future tense. Okay? Oh yes, English speakers. Did you know that the English language actually does not have a future tense? A future tense does not exist in the English language. There's only the past tense and the present tense. Yeah, that's not a future tense. I am going to hand our flowers. I have handed out flowers. I'm handing out flowers. Yeah, but going to is not a proper future tense. You know? Going, went, and what? Will go, which is a construct made from a present tense, and adding will. How sad. How sad indeed. That's right. Will sleep. Will run. Will and his future tense. True. We have past, but we just add will instead of change grammar. True. How sad.
Życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy umrzemy. The difference between zginiemy and umrzemy is that zginąć implies a sudden death, like in an accident or attack, while umrzeć relates to more natural causes like cancer or not noticing your girlfriend.
Wait, getting cancer in this person's mind is dying out of natural causes? I'm pretty sure that dying of cancer is not counted as dying of natural causes. English, he said it again.
Girlfriend's new haircut. Życie jest bez sensu could alternatively be written as życie nie ma sensu. Or you could swap the word sense for znaczenie, like so. Życie jest bez znaczenia i wszyscy umrzemy. But I don't recommend it. Znaczenie is a more literal translation
Wait, why do you not recommend it? I recommend it.
of meaning, but feels a bit off here, at least for me. So
No, it doesn't. It feels perfectly fine, actually. That is actually a perfectly fine thing to say. Życie jest bez znaczenia. It doesn't feel off at all. I'm saying it as a native speaker. It feels perfectly fine.
i wszyscy umrzemy. But I don't recommend it. Znaczenie is a more
Yeah, but usually when we mean died of natural causes, usually we don't include illness in that, you know? Usually we mean that, oh, they lived their life and just died of old age in their bed while, you know? Okay, if you were going through if you were going through a canyon and a giant boulder dropped on you and smashed you, would you say that that person died of natural causes because sometimes boulders fall from cliffs and that's caused by natural causes? Yeah, so would being smashed by a rock count as dying from natural causes?
more literal translation of meaning, but feels a bit off here, at least for me. So in the end, which should you use? Życie jest bez sensu, życie nie ma sensu, życie nie ma znaczenia, and wszyscy zginiemy, or wszyscy umrzemy? Just go with the first one. Życie jest bez sensu i wszyscy zginiemy.
Yeah, but it's perfect. Technically speaking, it's not natural for cancer to develop, no? It's an unnatural phenomenon for cancer to occur. I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna Google it now. What counts as dying of causes? Okay, cancer counts. Never mind. I'm just an ignoramus. Never mind. That's right. Google has defeated me. I trust Google. I admit defeat.
Or if nie ma is easier to pronounce than jest bez, życie nie ma sensu i wszyscy zginiemy. Both of these are perfectly fine and commonly used. Well, now you know. Have fun.
I do. I do now know. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you. What? Oh. Someone commented on your thing. Someone has commented on your... Alright. Where is Yankee Tanky? Oh. It's true. Let me explain. Yeah, your post has been commented on. Okay, so now choose. Now please choose. Choose, or you will be chosen. Please choose. Who? Who is Sabine Hausefinder? Have no idea who that is. Who? I'm sorry, who? Who the heck is middle right? What this? These versus a doctor? Where is this? Couple is not good actually. Oh. That is a debunk. That is a debunk of the thing. Okay, that is not actually her. That is a debunk of the video. Wait, where is this fellow traveler? Where? It's fellow traveler. That's right. We could watch. But if we're gonna watch someone, it has to be the Nazi fellow traveler. Are you on board? Are you on board with this? Do you give consent for us to do a pretty rough consent to okay, we're just watching the thing, okay? Where is the link? Or we could watch the present Sunday talk with. Oh, I don't want to watch that. That makes me just mad. The Zoomer historian.
Many myths exist.
True. Many myths exist indeed. We're about to watch a doozy. We're about to watch such a doozy, the likes of which you have never.
Many myths exist.
True. Once again, I agree. Many myths exist. What do you stream title to be? How about the myth of what do we have? The Blue Eye Smith. Which one? Which myth? Which do we? Which one we watch over here? How the USA provoked Germany to war in 1941? Let me see. So which one? I want to see the Lebensraum myth. The Lebensraum myth, okay? Okay. Make the title something about around the thing, the Lebensraum myth. How about that? You see, I suspect this fanboy might be a Nazi. How did you know? The Blue Eye myth. Hitler did fight in World War One. Just so it's Hitler did in fact fight as a soldier in World War One. Okay. Let's watch the Lebensraum myth. Okay, let me see. Living Space myth, Lebensraum myth, or the Blue Eyes myth? Which one? You choose, chat. Either write Blue Eyes. Being flaky. Are we watching Float? No, we're watching the Zoomer Historian. To assume the mainstream media won't tell you this. True. They won't. Ever. Which one? Blue Eyes or Lebensraum? Eyes? Okay, one vote for the eyes. It's probably... I'm just gonna say anyone who votes eyes is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Watcher. Because you only vote eyes because you think of the Blue Eyes White Dragon or something. I'm not judging. I'm not judging you for being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. I would never. But only if it isn't political. I assume you it's not political. I'm pretty sure it even says here. Non-political. See? Description. History is a pack of lies about events that never happened told by people who weren't there. Non-political. Okay? So it's not political. So you don't have to worry about politics in this video. It's apolitical. It's non-political. Lebensraum. How long are those? Okay, those videos are quick. Those videos are short. So we're gonna do both. One is 11 minutes. One is 14 minutes. We can do both. Whatever. Hey, political Hitler apologia. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's start with the Blue Eyes myth. Because it's the older video. We're gonna go in order of, you know.
Most egregious myths of the Third Reich is that those who did not have blonde hair and blue eyes were treated differently. The way these people were treated differently, according to myth, varies dramatically. Many people, especially in Western countries, usually have a vague memory of being told something in history class, along the lines of, Hitler wanted to kill everyone without blonde hair and blue eyes, without much explanation of the actual truth behind the matter. And then, this is usually followed up by...
Oh my god. Really? We're really doing this, aren't we? Nobody ever says that. I've heard this thing I've heard for the first time in this video. What? Hitler wanted to kill everybody that didn't have blue eyes and blonde hair? I'm gonna have to Google it to make sure. Adolf Hitler had brown hair. Adolf Hitler had brown hair. That's the first Google. How can there be a myth if this simple Google search says Adolf Hitler had brown hair and was average height? The Nazis did not persecute or murder people solely based on hair or eye color. The Nazis believed that they had to protect Germans from inferior races. What myth? We're debunking a myth that doesn't exist here even. He was self-hating. And it's apparently one of the most egregious myths.
By the people in the class who have these features being pointed out, and a classmate.
Yeah, it was the archetypical best German type, the blonde, etc. It was considered the ideal Aryan, but it wasn't quite that far. No one says that who knows what they are talking about. A few people have actually said that in earshot of me, but they aren't educated, so I have blue, brown, hazel eyes, rest that put me on the scale. Whole Teutonic.
Or the teacher themselves saying, Hitler would have loved you. Usually, then someone makes a remark like, haha, Hitler didn't even have blonde hair himself.
That's a joke, you idiot. Oh boy.
What an idiot. This opinion is usually only held after childhood by those who have had absolutely no interest in history, however, and for the most part, people inevitably realize that the idea of Hitler wanting to kill those people without blue eyes and blonde hair is insane. So if that isn't true, what actually is the deal with the blonde hair and blue eyes thing in Nazi Germany? Why is it so frequently brought up? Were those without these features persecuted or treated differently? Let's find out. And obviously, quick disclaimer, this is obviously a rather controversial topic, so please use common sense. I will make no opinion.
This is so stupid. To be fair, jokes aside, I did not hear this once in a history class, but not to the point where kill just blue eyes was the idea. The ideal. I have heard of this blue eyes blonde. Yeah, I have heard that it was considered a really good specimen of a German person. I have never in my life heard that everybody who didn't have blonde hair or blue eyes was supposed to be killed. Makes no sense.
Opinions of my own in this video, and this is purely a history video, nothing more. Firstly, some context.
The
National Socialist movement, from its very inception.
That is a very interesting way to say, I'm not a Nazi, I'm not a Nazi, I'm not a Nazi. I'm totally not a Nazi. This is a purely historical video, so remember, I'm not a Nazi. Did I tell you that I'm not a Nazi? Non-political. Fucking pronouns. Okay, let's go.
Was incredibly racial. Adolf Hitler and many of the other most influential men of the NSDAP felt that the German people were taking the wrong path and were losing their racial purity. For example, in Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler spoke of his time in Vienna, where he witnessed how dysfunctional the multinational state of Austria-Hungary was. In his view, cultures and peoples simply couldn't mesh like this, and that the German people must forge their own path alone. He wanted Germany and Austria to be united as one country, so that the Germans could forge their destiny together. Others, like Alfred Rosenberg, took a deeper dive into racial science, and he especially was one that influenced Hitler greatly.
A deeper dive into racial science, you know, the debunked science that is made up. Very interesting. A deeper dive into racial science. Gotta love it. I'm guessing this third does not disagree with Hitler. You're guessing correctly, actually. You're guessing correctly. It has the word science in it, so it's legit.
Early on, Rosenberg argued that it was absolutely essential to preserve the German race, and he felt that the races of the world existed almost in a tier system, with the Nordics, Aryans, or whatever other word you'd like to use, at the top. These people being the Scandinavians, the Germans, the Anglo-Saxons across the Anglosphere, as well as the Dutch and the Flemish. Many Germans were sympathetic to such ideas at the time, due to the conditions of the nation. With the new Weimar government came either the greatest freedoms the German nation had ever seen, or a tidal wave of degeneracy, depending on how you view the world. Those with the latter...
How unpolitical wave of degeneracy. depending on how you view the world. How even-handed. You think Zoomer historian might be upset by the big burly black man deep living into his... Oh my gosh. Deep diving. What a way to put it.
Opinion felt that the nation's new experiments with homosexuality, drugs, and even other things going on in Berlin at the time,
What?
such
I'm
as
sorry.
transgenderism, were leading the
Of course, the transgenderism had to make an appearance.
German and the latter a tidal wave of degeneracy, depending on how you view the world. Those
Oh boy.
with the latter opinion felt that the nation's new experiments with
New experiments? Homosexuality is not new. Being trans is not new.
homosexuality, drugs, and even other things going on in
Drugs.
Berlin at the time, such as transgenderism, were leading the German people astray. The word that the Germans had for people like these, who they felt were wasting their lives and simply being a drain on society, was Untermensch, literally underman in English, but better translated as subhuman. This title also applied to criminals and the like too.
Better translated as subhuman. Love the phrasing of the video. But yes, it would be better for us to use the term subhuman. True. True and real. I just cannot. I cannot believe this channel is real and not a parody channel. Yes, homosexuality did not know there is a traditional German song wherein a prince argues that the reason his country is best is because he could lay his head on the lap of any citizen of his nation. Political degeneracy drop. Also, surely he knows that the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe were fueled almost exclusively by cocaine and meth. Wah, 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 wah. Listen, that was pure German drugs, not the degenerate multinational drugs. You just don't know what you're talking about, do you, Kittany? You just don't get it. It was racially pure meth and racially pure heroin. And also, it was racially pure coke while we're at it. Aryan drugs, true. Someone in the audience gets it. Someone gets it.
As a reaction to such things, the NSDAP was by its very nature very racial, and they felt that Germans should fulfill their full potential and that the Germans...
Racial? What does that mean? The NSDAP was very racial. What does that mean? Do you mean to say racist? As a result, the NSDAP was very racist, I think that you were meant to say. Right? Right? Very racial. Oh, my goodness.
German people should be kept pure, both in terms of blood and in terms of living an admirable life. This worldview was expressed in propaganda and advertising in a way that isn't too dissimilar to today. In National Socialist propaganda posters, you will very often see...
Wait, hold on. Not dissimilar to today. Are you gonna expand on that? Are you gonna give me examples? What? Hold on.
Similar to today, was expressed in propaganda and
racialism was expressed in propaganda
advertising in a way that isn't too dissimilar to today.
We're gonna get in
National Socialist propaganda posters, you will very often see people with a distinctly Germanic look. For example, when it comes to men, it is usually a strong, well-built man with sharp facial features.
That is so creepy. Oh my god. Look at this kid. Look at that face. Look at that face. It's like a horror. It's like a horror, like it's like from a horror movie poster. Look at the kids. They look terrifying. They terrify me. Oh my god. That is so terrifying. Oh gosh. What a heartwarming, terrifying. These are psychopaths. Okay, show us a modern version that is not too dissimilar.
And then, of course, the point of this video, blonde hair and blue eyes. For women, it was much the same in terms of features, and they were displayed in an entirely non-sexualized manner, usually in a mothering role. If your task as a propagandist in the NSDAP is to show off the uniqueness of the German race to your people, and to try to explain to them why it's worth saving it, expanding it, and fulfilling its potential, then why such features were used needs almost no explanation. These are almost uniquely North European features, and if your point is to display your race distinctly from others, then it makes total sense to use such features. To make a modern day comparison, you only need to turn on the
Wait, what are the distinctly Northern European features? What are they? You haven't. What? You have not. Did I miss it? Did I miss him actually listing the distinctly Northern European features? Germanic is very, not just blonde. The Alemannic Germans, for instance, are noted for black hair and shorter stature to my knowledge. There is no one Germanic. Thus saying someone is Germanic looking is nonsensical. True. Deep frying food and for... Okay, now he's gonna give us the more recent and not dissimilar example. Okay.
TV, or get an advert on social media.
Okay.
Maybe you even got one on this video as you clicked on it. In modern, Western society, whether you believe this is right or wrong, those in power are trying to create a diverse, accepting society. So to express their
whether you think this is right or wrong
point, you will find an extremely disproportionate amount of racial minorities in advertising, or even government propaganda. When family products are advertised, you will usually see a mixed race couple.
This is not dissimilar to Nazi propaganda. Oh my god. This is an example of something that is not dissimilar to the Nazi propaganda. And this person is saying that the purpose of this is racialization. He is saying that the purpose of this is racialization. This is the opposite. The point of this is the opposite of racialization, you idiot. Oh my god. If you have a multicultural family, then how can the point be racialization?
And the intent is to make people okay with such things.
Such things. Wait. So the purpose is the exact opposite. You just said it. The purpose of the Nazis was to say that only one race was okay. And this actually says that it's perfectly fine to be whoever you are. This is the opposite.
When it comes to acceptance and personal freedom, a message is trying to be pushed.
Okay with such things. Is Yuri saying that body armor is not the same thing as bullets? You know. You can smelt bullets into...
where it's okay to be overweight or do anything you want really, as long as it doesn't affect other people. In order to push this message,
oh no, the horror. pushing the message of being able to do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting others. The horror.
There is usually a lot of very overweight people in advertising. Often, a combination of both messages are used, and the people used in advertising will be both a racial minority and overweight. The message is to say that you shouldn't judge others, and that we should want to live in a diverse world of peoples, all living together in harmony.
Which is the opposite of the Nazi message of racializing. No, it's not similar at all. It's the opposite messaging. Can you turn the video up? Unfortunately, no. Fortunately, it is impossible. Oh, you're yourself down a little. Oh, okay. That I can do. Oh my god. Did he actually literally say that this is not dissimilar to Nazi propaganda? Oh my
Almost everyone watching this video
Anyway, the category of Germanic is a bit more than what the Romans said. They're example language families which can be reasonably well traced, and migrations or of distinct cultures that transmitted said language and customs. It gets quite confusing in continental Europe and Britain due to Celtic mixture. Basically, he's a more verbose pseudo-intellectual shoe-on hat, so basically Sargon II Electric Boogaloo. I think he's more right. No, I think he's just more outwardly Nazi adjacent than any of the people mentioned. Yeah, I think he did say it was just like Nazi. He did say that explicitly. I think he has a Hitler poster above his bed. I wouldn't be surprised.
The modern comparison should be extremely easy to understand, and if you even take a second to think about it, you can see the logic behind the propaganda. Understanding
the logic behind the propaganda, huh?
National Socialists isn't much harder. In their view, the model German was a strong, blue-eyed, and blonde-haired individual. The image may have been somewhat exaggerated, as is our own propaganda today, but
wait! How is our propaganda today exaggerated? Exactly. By just showing people? What's the exaggeration? What? Are you kidding?
this is how it works in every country.
It's not.
Those without blonde hair or blue eyes, or both, didn't feel marginalized in any way by this message, and the core principles of why people were displayed this way.
Oh my goodness.
Was completely understood. In everyday life, you weren't going to be treated differently based on how you looked.
Oh
After
no,
all,
wow.
Every German isn't blonde-haired or blue-eyed. An example of perhaps when not having such features might be a disadvantage is the SS. The SS we know today was a gigantic million-man strong organization, essentially the Reich's second army. But this wasn't the case in the beginning. The SS began life as Hitler's bodyguard and was an extremely small and selective group. Only
I think he's mistaking the SS with the SA. Just saying. At the beginning there was no SS, there was the SA. Just so you know. My gosh. I'm just gonna look it up now. Yeah. Zur Arbeitelung. Exactly. There was no SS at the beginning. There was the SA. That is how they started. I thought this person was like a historian or whatever, and apolitical. Literally, Division of Stormtroopers was the original paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party. It played a significant role in Adolf Hitler's rise to power. Its primary purpose were providing protection for Nazi rallies and assembles. They were the bodyguards. The SA. This is it.
Only a select few applicants would ever make it in. For example, you needed to be at least 5'9", which was above the
5'9". Let's look at, while we read it, let's look at the... SS was formed in 1940. My goodness.
the average height for the time, and also conveniently happened to
idiot.
be Himmler, the leader of the SS's height. He needed to be physically fit, which is obviously normal for any army. However, here is where things are different for the SS.
Okay.
From 1935 onwards, you would need to prove your Aryan genealogy, dating back to at least 1800 for enlisted men and 1750 for officer graduates. Nothing of this sort had ever been seen before in any army in the world, but in the SS, the point of the organization was that they would only accept the most pure and ideal-looking Germans. Himmler himself used to boast of how he would examine the photograph of every single prospective Waffen-SS officer to make sure they had the right level of, quote, Nordic features.
Just so you know, the SS, the SS that actually existed was the worst of the worst, just so you know. Here's to regret SA to degenerate. Pachin. The SS have been formed as paramilitary shock troop, mostly to do the earliest genocidal bidding, kind of the tradition countries have been using ever since to do stuff the average conscript might not do. True. True, actually.
Blonde hair and blue eyes were at the very top of this list. As well as the physical features, the mental came into play too. Quote, every pure-blooded German in good health can become a member. He must be of excellent character, have no criminal...
So you know what the blue eyes blonde thing is about. You're basically saying it now. What an idiot.
record, and be an ardent adherent to all National Socialist doctrines. Members of the Hitler Youth will be given preference because their aptitudes and schooling are indicative that they have become acquainted with the ideology of the SS. End quote.
Oh my gosh.
When all was said and done, 85% of applicants did not make the cut, and that number was even higher in the SS Leibstandard Adolf Hitler, Hitler's personal SS bodyguard. In this case, even a single dental filling could get you rejected. When the Second World War began, and Himmler was permitted to recruit foreigners into the SS, he immediately got to work on recruiting so-called similarly related peoples into the SS. From here, the stereotypical blonde-haired, blue-eyed strongman...
What an honor to be recruited into the worst thing ever.
Propaganda went into overdrive as posters were stuck up all over Scandinavia, the Netherlands and Flanders, looking for fellow Aryans to join the cause. In the end, this was fairly effective, and the idea of the Germanic peoples fighting together against Bolshevism on the Eastern Front appealed directly to a certain kind of person in each of the occupied nations. Thousands of these people would end up dying on the Eastern Front, and many fought right till the end, fighting to defend Hitler in his bunker in the rubble of Berlin in 1945. The SS was certainly an exception, and it was only really here, where far more fanatical men about racial science like Heinrich Himmler had power, that you'd see such policies about things such as racial purity or your eye colour. As for the incredibly strict bodyguard division, such a thing isn't uncommon in history. Gaddafi had his female bodyguard.
Oh.
The Pope has the Swiss Guard, where only single, Catholic, Swiss men between 19 and 30 are accepted. The Byzantines had the Varangian...
Ah, yes. Exactly the same thing. Totally the same thing. Being unmarried and between a certain age is the same as being racially pure. It's literally the same principle.
Guard, who were primarily Scandinavians, and even the pretty liberal Napoleon had incredibly strict rules to get into his imperial guard. Only today do such tough guidelines seem unfair or strange. But as for the blonde hair and blue eyes myth mentioned at the beginning,
Tough requirements to get to the army does not equal racialized requirements. That's... oh my god. The most egregious myth.
as you can see, it didn't exist. The simple truth of the matter is that you wouldn't be treated differently depending on your hair and eye colour in the Third Reich. If you were to have blue eyes and blonde hair, then perhaps you were more suitable for propaganda, as you looked more like the so-called ideal German in the eyes of men like Heinrich Himmler. But overall, it meant very little. The idea that goes around history classrooms that Hitler planned or did kill people who weren't blue-eyed or blonde-haired is perhaps one of the most insane lies.
What classrooms are you... what? One of the most insane lies, because we all know that the history of the Third Reich is full of evil lies. One of the most insane lies. What are the other insane lies?
Ever told. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if there is
What an interesting Patreon symbol. What a fascinating Patreon symbol. Are there comments under this? Another stellar video on one of the myths. I heard growing up was Hitler wanted his whole army to be filled with men who were blue-eyed and blonde-haired. It's so ludicrous. With all the mixed race couples shown in adverts, you would think that they are trying to push the idea that they are superior, using the same logic used to propel the blonde hair, blue eyes myth. What? Who do you think controls the advertising? Clammy-handed gap-toothed swingers. Well, in this case, it's true. Not because of the logic, but because we know who drive these social trends. Yes, you're right. More diverse, more superior. In this age, every disorder is like a medal for them. See, you'll see his audience hears the JQ dog whistling. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Are you ready for the second one? You ready? Are you prepared? What if this maniac sends his audience my way? Oh my god. Listen. For taking this risk, for taking this hit, I think I deserve a donation or something. Or I don't know, a hug. Okay, let's go to the second one.
Any other myths you'd like?
Myths. The living space myth.
In 19...
Okay. Very well explained and narrated. I'm also convinced that Hitler's reasoning for planning the Soviet campaign in 1940-1941 came from purely military, strategic, and war economic consideration. What about Poland? Does that not count? Pig or Cossack video now? What? Okay, let's finish this. We've already started. There is no going back now. But yes, if you feel generous, please consider donating to your favorite streamer. Because we are kept afloat by donations and, you know, your love. The myth of the Nazis being bad.
1941, the biggest invasion force in human history crossed over the Soviet border and began their long, long march to Moscow. But why would the Germans do such a thing whilst...
Oh! What an honest video. Ignoring that Poland was part of the whole Lebensraum thing. We're just gonna ignore that, or just what the Poland doesn't exist in this person's world?
already at war with the British Empire. According to the historical narrative, it tends to go as follows.
Right.
Hitler, as he stated in Mein Kampf, had always planned to implement his infamous Lebensraum idea by invading and colonizing the Soviet Union. Some will take this a step further and say that he planned to exterminate or enslave the current inhabitants. Now,
yeah. And also, you're lying. That is not what the historians say. What they do say is that Hitler wanted to enslave or murder everyone east of the Germans' border, eliminate the living population, and inhabit it with German settlers. It didn't start with the Soviet Union. There was one little country between the USSR and Germany. You know, the one that I'm in right now, Poland. You know, that would be pretty inconvenient for your little video if we took into consideration that in occupied Poland, Hitler started putting into action the Lebensraum plan. That settlers were brought to Polish terrains. That Polish people were exterminated. I guess that would be pretty embarrassing to start the video with talking about that, wouldn't it? So I guess now it makes perfect sense that the video would start with the invasion of the USSR. Because we don't know what Hitler would have done. I mean, we do know. But the author of the video can claim that we don't know what Hitler would have done because the invasion failed. Well, guess what? The invasion of Poland did not fail. And we know what Hitler did when it comes to the Lebensraum plan in Poland. I might as well stop watching now. The whole premise of the video is just...
With continental Europe either under his control, allied to him, or neutral, it was time for Hitler to complete his conquest of Europe.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. With all of continental Europe allied with Hitler or neutral, are we being serious? Is this a joke? All of continental Europe, friendly or neutral. Love it. Cossack? What do you mean? What are you saying, Kittany? Listen, if I'm to switch videos, I'm gonna have to see a showing of good faith. And a showing of good faith means give me a donation so that I can, what, as I would say, afford to keep providing you with excellent content.
Stalin, on the other hand, was sitting with his feet up and was taken totally by surprise by the German invasion.
The invasion of Russia had been Hitler's main ideological goal from the beginning, and his hatred for the ethnic peoples there was now unleashed in all its fury.
But is this really what happened? The Germans certainly didn't think so. Even common sense wouldn't suggest so. To put the mainstream narrative into perspective, this is...
Oh, common sense. Common sense. Okay, common sense.
What it sounds like in blunt terms. Adolf Hitler, while still at war with the British Empire and all her vast resources across the globe, chose to invade the Soviet Union, the biggest country on Earth with the largest army on Earth, purely for reasons of conquest and colonization. The East would always require more men, equipment, and vehicles than the West, so in doing so, he was choosing to divert the majority of his means of making war away from the war with Britain. This makes no sense. It is simply historical revision to fit the good guys, bad guys Hollywood narrative. It's...
Okay, what was the reason then, genius? Is this guy a Holocaust denialist? After all, it would make no sense to divert precious resources to build the camps, to, you know, do all the gassing, etc. Is that revisionism too, to fit the good guy, bad guy narrative as well? Interesting.
simple and therefore easy to listen
And what about Poland?
to, absorb, and then believe. In the mainstream narrative, the Soviet Union is portrayed as evil beyond description between the years 1917 and 1941, especially when they invaded the Baltic states and Poland or inflicted the Holodomor upon the Ukrainians.
And not... I cannot believe this. I cannot believe the level
Then,
of...
Baltic states and Poland, and 1941, especially when they invaded the Baltic states and Poland.
Who did they invade Poland together with again? Who they did in tandem with again? Ah yes, only the USSR invaded Poland, for sure. The Holocaust totally did not happen in Poland.
Or inflicted the Holodomor upon the Ukrainians. Then, from 1941 to 1945, they are the saviors of the world at best, and at worst, the lesser of two evils, who valiantly stopped Adolf Hitler's evil Nazi Germany.
Yes. Literally, yes. Correct.
Then, after the war's end, the Soviets are suddenly the evil bad guys again. The Cold War begins, and the Americans begin their global struggle of good and evil, freedom and slavery, right and wrong against the Soviets. The Cold War, which in a way never ended. Russia is still painted as the Soviet Union today. The truth is, this entire narrative
Oh, maybe then if Russia didn't paint itself as the USSR still today.
is out of whack. The Soviet Union that Churchill tried to rally the world to go to war with in 1917 was not only as barbaric, but more barbaric in 1939 when the Brits tried to make an anti-German alliance with them. As we know, this backfired, however, and Hitler was forced to make a better offer in order to not be encircled, and the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was born.
This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke. Come on, no, I don't believe this. I was just kidding when I said that this was the Nazi fellow traveler. But no, he's making the inverse joke. Well, not a joke. He's making the inverse argument of why the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact happened. What the fuck?
Hitler,
I have
a order, as we know,
I have to listen to this again.
in 1939 when the Brits tried to make an anti-barbaric, but rally the world to go to. The entire narrative is out of whack. The Soviet Union that Churchill tried to rally the world to go to war with in 1917 was not only as barbaric, but more barbaric in 1939 when the Brits tried to make an anti-German alliance with them.
So great. So according to this person, just so you know, according to this person, Great Britain tried to make an anti-German alliance with the Soviet Union, but Soviet Union rejected it. According to fellow traveler, the Soviet Union tried to do an anti-German alliance, but Great Britain rejected it. It's basically, oh god.
As we know, this backfired, however, and Hitler was forced to make a better offer in order to not be encircled.
Interesting how he says anti-German alliance.
And the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was born. Hitler apparently felt sick to his stomach at having to give up the Baltic states to Soviet brutality.
What? Poland was not part of the Soviet states. Poland was not part of the Soviet Union, first of all. Second of all, I don't believe this is not parody.
But at the cost of keeping Germany safe, it was a necessary evil in his eyes. From here,
This cannot be real.
many would call the Soviets and the Germans allies, but they were no such thing.
Or at least this is where fellow traveler and this Nazi agree. I wonder why they call Stalinists red fash. I wonder why. I wonder why they are called the red fash.
The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was just that, a pact, an agreement, not an alliance. After Poland had been divided up, albeit with difficulty, as Stalin
Poland So it was not just a pact if Poland was divided up, was it?
stalled until the last minute to invade, there was nothing left to agree upon. I've covered the events leading up to the outbreak of war between the Soviets and Germany in detail in this video, which I'll display on the screen now. But to summarise a few, Stalin delayed giving back German POWs that he'd collected from the east of Poland. The Soviets were behind and immediately recognised the Yugoslavian coup which led to the war in that country. The Soviets invaded Romania and took over Bessarabia even before their ultimatum expired. Stalin tried to bribe Bulgaria into carving up Turkey with him so that the Soviets could control the Dardanelles. Finland's elections were being meddled with and demands were being made. A new winter war was potentially on the horizon. As a result of all this, all of Eastern Europe was throwing themselves into the arms of Hitler, begging for alliances, guarantees, and protection from the increasingly bold Soviets. And finally, and most importantly, on the eastern border of Germany, there was an absolutely gigantic buildup of troops, armour, and aircraft. In fact, the biggest in history. Recon flights returned home with terrifying tales of tank parks loaded to the brim and airfields overflowing with planes. Construction was underway absolutely everywhere. The most worrying thing of all, however, was that none of the construction projects were defensive. These were not anti-tank ditches and bunkers. These were offensive projects. Railway tracks were laid everywhere leading to the front, not with the Russian railway gauge, but with the European one. Barracks were being constructed, which were all full of troops.
Ah, yes. That is exactly why the USSR was losing so bad when Germany invaded. Because they were packed, because the border was packed to the brim with equipment and troops. That is exactly why the USSR was losing so badly at the start. Because of how well equipped and manned the border was. You can hear his erection.
All along the border was a sea of activity.
Oh yeah, the sea of activity.
In total, the conservative estimate is that there was dozens of divisions and tanks numbering in the low tens of thousands. Eventually, Hitler could take no more and called the Soviet bluff. Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov was invited to Berlin to
Is this a joke?
sign the Tripartite Pact, whilst Hitler knew full well that the Soviets would never do such a thing. To no one's surprise, instead of signing, Molotov dished out a list of demands. 1. No German troops in Finland. 2. Soviet military occupation of Turkey. 3. Recognition of the Persian Gulf as a Soviet sphere of influence. 4. Japan must renounce its claims on Soviet territory. 5. Bulgaria must become a Soviet-controlled state in order to protect Soviet control of the Black Sea.
By the way, this is the third Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that I mentioned today. Just saying. Oh my gosh, literal Nazi bootlicking. Just forced into it.
And the Dardanelles. The Soviets had been tricked into revealing their hand, and now Hitler could proceed with clarity. He had only one logical choice. With the British booted out of continental Europe, he had a limited amount of time now to attack the Soviets before they attacked Europe. Time was quite
Before they attacked Europe, Hitler was a defender of Europe. What the fuck?
literally of the essence. In 1939, the Soviet army had 1.9 million men in its ranks. In 1941, it now had 5 million. If this build-up was allowed to continue, and the offensive preparations were allowed to continue all over the border, then Germany would never stand a chance, simply in terms of population and resources. Even now, it was perhaps too late, but Germany had to try.
What a joke.
Does this situation sound like an unprovoked attack in order to acquire Lebensraum?
Yes.
Besides all the evidence, another point that matters is what the Germans themselves...
And again, what about Poland? What about Poland? That was carved out. You said it yourself, you idiot.
believe they
Unbelievable.
were fighting for. Let's hear what they had to say. Firstly, let's hear from a man who would be most in the know. Heinrich Himmler.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. Is this a joke?
De facto, second most powerful man in the Reich. Here are a selection of quotes of his on the topic.
Oh, yes. This is the person that we should listen to. 4.5, 4,500 views. The views are pretty sad compared to the amount of subs, which is why it is speculated that those are just zombie views. Zombie, subscribers. Quoting Himmler. Putting the truth into light by smashing lies one at a time. Oh my god. This is literally a Nazi fellow traveler. Great video, although my question comes from another video that I can find, but in a previous video you mentioned that Poland was committing atrocities against ethnic Germans in Poland. I hate to be a source guy, but this is the first I've heard of this and would like to know more. Right. No answer. My god. Okay. So any guesses as to why he's just licking National Socialist boots? For the same reason that fellow traveler is leaking the boots of the USSR. Finally an honest analyst. True.
The first two are quotes from 1943. Quote, in 1941, the Führer attacked Russia. That was, as we can probably ascertain today, a short time, perhaps a quarter to half a year before Stalin made his great incursion into Central and Western Europe, end quote. The second quote goes, quote, it was a difficult decision for us to start the war with Russia, whilst we were still at war with England and had to occupy large parts of Europe. Every month has shown how right the Führer's decision was. If we had not attacked, the Russians, with their concentration of 20,000 tanks, would have launched a thrust against us. We must openly admit that no army in the world could have withstood this thrust. Like Attila, the Russians would have marched through the whole of Europe, end quote. And finally, earlier in 1942, he said, quote,
amazing. Members of my pal who were in London during that myth, thank you very much, whoever you are.
The war with Russia was the most necessary war there has ever been. I believe that no one is more called upon to recognize this than you, who have stood at the focal point of this struggle. For us, and especially for the whole German people, it is certain that if the Führer had not decided last year to attack Russia, then only a few months would have passed, and Russia would have attacked us. Whether Russia would have done this in a more or less harmless way, by invading Romania in the fall of 1941, destroying the fuel plants so important to Germany, which in turn would have made it impossible for us to attack Russia itself in Romania, and which would also have prevented us from stopping an attack on the German border.
No kidding.
Russia, if it had continued with this plan, would
kidding.
probably have invaded Finland, and then, in 1942, would have descended upon a Europe which would have been only able to supply the Luftwaffe with its small domestic supplies of petroleum and gasoline artificially produced from lignite, end quote. As we can see, it's clear Himmler, the second most important man in the state, believe that Germany was fighting a preemptive war to stop the Soviet Union conquering Europe. There are hundreds more quotes along these same lines.
Unbelievable. Oh, goodness. Already the Nazis are flocking to the stream.
Hitler, Himmler, and all the rest of them always talked of Europe as a whole, as opposed to just Germany or the German people, although obviously that was their first priority.
Ah, yes, Europe, their first priority. You know, the priority of doing the Holocaust, the priority of genociding also Polish people, you know. Of turning Warsaw into a lake.
To these men, Germany was the only nation who truly understood the gravity of the situation, given that they themselves had been through communist revolutions and barely come out on top. If the Soviets were to fall upon Europe, it would be, and eventually was in reality, a bloodbath. Now let's hear from...
No. Actually, no. I don't know. I guess I'm going to change into fellow traveler for a second here. No. There was actually no bloodbath. There was a bloodbath when Nazi Germany was occupying Poland. Yes, the Holocaust happened. Okay? But when Poland was a puppet state of the USSR, in fact, no bloodbaths or genocide happened during that period. Curiously enough. It was just an unintended oopsie. That's right. True.
Otto Ernst Riemer, the man mostly responsible for stopping the July 20th coup against Hitler. Riemer, whilst always remaining an anti-communist, did work with the KGB, and his party in West Germany was even partly funded by the Soviets, so it's safe to say this wasn't the most biased source ever. He was asked the following in a 1990 interview: "Did you agree with Hitler's policies, particularly his policy towards Russia?" And he replied, quote, "Regarding the military campaign against the Soviet Union. First of all, it should be clearly understood that at the time of the Balkans campaign in Yugoslavia and Greece in early 1941...
Ah, yes. I so trust the Nazis that committed the Holocaust.
When we had 10 divisions on the entire length of the Soviet border, the Russians had stationed 247 major military formations on our border. After the conclusion of the Balkans campaign, we then quickly placed, at most, 170 major military units on the border with the Soviet Union. The Russians had readied themselves for an attack. The initial successes of our forces against the Soviets were due to the fact that the Russians were not stationed in defensive positions, but were instead positioned right at the front for attack, which made it possible for us to quickly encircle large Soviet forces. Thus, in the first few weeks of the war, we were able to capture more than 3...
Interesting. The fact he went to the effort to find a current picture of him is weird. True.
million Soviet prisoners of war, as well as enormous quantities of war equipment, all of which was on the frontier, positioned for attack. That's the truth of the matter, which can be proven. I recently spoke with a Mr. Pemsel, who was a long-range aerial reconnaissance pilot. In the period before the beginning of the Soviet campaign, he flew as far as the Don River and observed and reported on this enormous concentration of Soviet forces on the border.
Yes.
End quote. He was then asked a follow-up question.
Ah, yes, the proof.
Do you believe war with the Soviet Union was inevitable following Hitler and Molotov's meeting in November 1940? He answered, quote, "Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov demanded the Dardanelles. That is, we were supposed to approve the turning over of foreign territory which belonged to the Turks. Molotov thus made provocative demands which simply could not be met. Hitler was also conscious of the Soviet takeover of territory in Romania at a time of supposed peace. Hitler also knew that the anti-German uprising in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, was organized by the Soviets. It was the Russians who wrecked the relationship between Germany and the Soviet Union. And after he received more and more reports of Soviet preparations for an attack against Germany and Europe, Hitler reacted. I am thus absolutely certain that Hitler did
Both NATO and the Warsaw Pact integrated a lot of Nazi field operatives because they had combat experience.
not originally plan to attack the Soviet Union. Instead, he acted as the changing situation demanded. I also know from my own experience in the Russian campaign and with the Russian prisoners about the preparations by the Soviets for an imminent attack against Europe. The Russians
Yes, the imminent attack against Europe, not just against Germany, but against Europe. You know, because a huge genocide was totally not happening in Europe under the Nazi occupation. Totally not.
were hoping that we would move against Britain so that they could take advantage of the situation to overrun Europe. End quote. As we can see, what the Germans thought they were fighting for is clear. Whether the Germans would have colonized areas of the East is neither here nor there.
Oh, that's neither here nor there. Whether or not they would have colonized is that's neither here nor there. Of course.
Wars, land can be occupied and plans change. For example, Germany had absolutely no aims on Alsace-Lorraine in France before the war, even remotely. In fact, Hitler had specifically washed his hands of any Western adventures in general. In 1939, France
What about Poland?
declared war on Germany, and Germany won. Germany then reintegrated Alsace-Lorraine into the Reich. Whether this would have been the case with the Soviet Union is neither here nor there. We simply do not know. And if it was the case, we do not know to what
We know what happened with Poland, you idiot. Did you forget?
scale. Regardless, the important point here that we know for certain is that the war against the Soviet Union was started for the reasons stated above. Whether you believe that was the right action, or if the Soviets would have ever attacked, is up to you. Again, we'll never know. What matters is that Hitler and the leading National Socialists, perhaps understandably, believed with 100% conviction that the Soviet actions were leading up to an invasion of Germany.
Okay, whatever. There's one more video that we're gonna skim through. And then we're out of this channel. What were Hitler's plans for the East?
An idea
Because apparently he mentions Poland here. The Slavs. Okay, we're gonna listen about the Slav genocide. We're gonna listen to two things: the Slavs and genocide. Okay. Oh my good. We're gonna hear some Holocaust denial, probably.
The idea put forward when talking about World War II is that when the Germans drove east in 1941, Adolf Hitler's grand plan
41. So there was no East. What about when Hitler drove to the East in 1939? What about that?
was to exterminate the Slavs and settle Germans there instead. After all, isn't this what Lebensraum is all about? On both counts, there is very little evidence.
Very little evidence, you say. What about what happened in Poland? We actually have ample of evidence. Yeah, I did my World War II research. Even ever heard of 4chan? Like, come on. But of course, it's very convenient to just omit
Whilst the idea
Poland.
of settling Germans in Eastern Europe was absolutely correct in Hitler's time, and in fact had already happened throughout history, this wasn't exactly what Lebensraum was. In short, Lebensraum's main point was focused on the German minorities living outside of Germany, such as in the Sudetenland and the Polish corridor. Then, it was about securing a defensible, larger border for the German people, which were cramped within Germany's current small borders. The key word here is defensible. Wikipedia will suggest that Germany wanted to push east to the Euro
defensible by taking over Poland, killing Polish people, and bringing in Germans as settlers, which was being done, by the way.
Urals and just create some kind of horrible looking gigantic Germany. But this
That was being done in Poland. Settlers were being brought in.
isn't true at all. Even in the First World War, when Germany made massive gains in Eastern Europe, most of it was just semi-independent states. All this is to say,
What
yes,
semi-independent state? There were no semi-independent states. What are you talking about?
there would have been German colonization in the East, but would the Third Reich have slaughtered the current inhabitants and just taken
Yes, they did so in Poland. Again.
all the land for themselves? What's the deal with Lebensraum anyway? What did Hitler think of Slavs in general? Let's find out. Before we begin, please use common sense.
Common sense.
This is obviously an incredibly controversial topic, and I'm creating no theories or expressing any opinions of my own.
Or is that... Oh, is that so? Is that so?
But simply stating what happened and what the views of people at the time were. I will make no projections of, oh, if this happened, then this would have happened. I will only go off of actual events and concrete plans put forward at the time. None of this is meant to defend German actions on the Eastern Front. I'm just simply stating what happened. Saying how certain events panned out does not mean that it is my opinion that other actions are suddenly good. War is horrible, and the Second World War was the worst of all, and terrible things happened all around. I am not attempting to defend any of them. And as always, a huge thank you to my patrons, subscribe stars, and YouTube members who make these
What a symbol. What a Patreon symbol.
videos possible.
All around, of course.
If you do enjoy these videos and want to join the Discord, weekly Hearts of Iron 4 games, or if you just want to support the channel, then
The Holocaust might have happened, but who among you without sin shall cast the first stone?
please do consider signing up in the link in the description. Even the $2 tier helps more than you can imagine. Thank you. First of all, let's begin with Hitler's view of the Slavs.
Okay.
The most obvious thing that immediately jumped out at me upon looking into the topic is that it really wasn't that different to most people's at the time. The Paris Peace Conferences of 19...
Yeah, but most people at the time did not genocide the Slavs, did they? Actually, more cowardly than Sean had self-immortalization.
19 is the most obvious place to find
Everybody wanted to genocide Slavic people at the time. It was just a common thing back then. Everybody wanted that.
examples of these ideas. At the time, the borders of Eastern Europe were fluid. Austria-Hungary and Russia had collapsed. Germany had surrendered, and they were still waiting for the peace terms to decide how much territory they would lose. Nations declared independence for the first time, or for the first time in centuries, and when it came to making decisions in Paris about which should be recognised, it was a nightmare. The Big Three had to wrangle with questions such as, were Ukrainians even a separate people to the Russians? Were the Lithuanians a variety...
That is interesting, considering that the Austro-Hungary Empire treated the Ukrainian fight for independence as a Polish internal problem.
of Pole or their own people. Ideas were floated about.
I'm sorry,
regarding
what?
handing over people a variety of Pole. Were Ukrainians even a separate people to the Russians? Were the Lithuanians a variety of Pole
A variety of Pole.
or their own people? Ideas were floated about regarding handing over peoples who were less civilized to other countries in order to help their development.
I'm sorry, what? Less civilized? What?
Lithuanian people being given who were less civilized to other people. Ideas were floated about regarding handing over peoples who were less civilized to other countries in order to help their development. The Lithuanian people being given to Poland was one rejected example.
The Lithuanian people were less civilized? What?
And the Slovakians being incorporated into Czechoslovakia was an accepted one. And this was just
No! Oh my god.
between different Eastern European peoples. The West looked down their
This has got to be a joke.
noses at those in the East as centuries behind them in development. Essentially backwards in terms of society, culture, and technology
What?
behind them in different Eastern European peoples. The West looked down their noses at those in and this was just between different Eastern European peoples. The West looked down their noses at those in the East as centuries behind them in development, essentially backwards in terms of society, culture, and technology. All of these people have been subjected to rule by Western powers for centuries, or at least heavily Western influenced nations.
Since when is Russia a Western power?
In those living in the Russian Empire's case, where the aristocracy was markedly Germanic. One Russian writer described the Baltic German elite especially as the Russian Empire's cultural and diplomatic envoys. As a result, those discussing the future of foreign lands in Versailles were extremely skeptical about trusting these peoples with their own full independence. Tasker Bliss, the American military advisor, said, quote, "The submerged nations are coming to the surface, and as soon as they appear, they fly at somebody's throat. They are like mosquitoes, vicious from the moment of their birth." Hitler and most Westerners...
Ah, yes. That is exactly the same as Nazi Germany's genocidal policy towards Slavic people. That is exactly the same.
in general, very much shared the view of the statesman in Paris. During his youth, he was horrified by the mixing of cultures in Austria-Hungary.
Horrified.
Especially in Vienna. He felt that it was possible for Western nations to rule others. For example, one of the...
Through genocide, apparently. Oh, wait. He has a whole bit about genocide. We're about to get some real genocide denial in this one.
things Hitler often praised the British Empire for was their ability to rule over foreign peoples so effectively, and their attempts to civilize them.
Oh! You mean genocide them effectively, like the British Empire did.
Attempting to integrate these people into the ruling process, skipping over the centuries of civilizational development necessary to do so, was impossible. When he saw an entire collection of languages being spoken during Austro-Hungarian government sessions, he predicted that collapse wasn't far off. Today, most people believe that anyone...
Ah, yes.
can do anything they want if they put their mind to it, or if they receive the right training. Many think you could take a tribesman from North Sentinel Island, and with the right training and support...
Oh yeah, we're about to be exposed to an extreme dose of racism as well, while we're at it.
Turn him into a doctor or an engineer. Back then, however, this view would have been ridiculous, and people believed much more in the genetic side of things, and looked more broadly at generations as opposed to the individual. With all that being said, Hitler didn't hate Slavs or Eastern Europeans in general.
Didn't he? Then why did he choose to genocide? Of course not true. What the...
But it's true that he did see them as inferior. The claim is never...
Oh, he didn't hate us. He just saw us as inferior. Oh. Oh.
Never that he just saw these people as inferior, however. The
Nazi Germany genocided Slavic people without hate.
claim is that he wanted to kill them. It's hard to know where to start with such a claim when no evidence exists to support it.
No evidence exists to support it, huh? Okay. No evidence. Holy moly, no evidence. Where to even start with such a claim? Where no evidence exists. I'm gonna get this link to have it handy. Okay, let's listen to a bit.
Hitler's role in the party had often been one of a restraining force, rather than the
restraining force.
Mastermind of evil schemes or radical new ideas.
Oh.
First it was the SA, and then later the SS.
Oh, you remember about the SA. Good. Interesting.
More crazy ideas or theories. Hitler stamped out paganism in Germany and refused to bomb England at Goering's insistence for months. Later,
he did bomb England, by the way.
To the annoyance of those around him, he would refuse to use his chemical weapon reserves, even when all was clearly lost. The same was true when it came to what to do in the East, either during or after the war.
Yeah, the SA, the thing that was before the SS.
Theories were floated around, ranging from the barbaric to the benevolent, and Hitler
Oh.
mulled on the question for years. But the theories were not his own. All theories of what the Germans were planning to do in Eastern Europe rest on absolutely no evidence on Hitler's part.
No evidence.
For example, charts like this found on Wikipedia have absolutely no foundation in reality. This particular one is one of the most widely believed. The idea that the Germans, the second the war ended, were going to deport or kill 50% of the Latvian and Estonian population when they currently had over 100,000 of them fighting for the SS is beyond comedy.
Is it? Is it?
It sounds like something out of a Marvel movie or Star Wars as opposed to anything based in reality. But what were these theories from others that such claims are based on? Like I said, there was no official policy, so you had all sorts of ideas going around. On the one
That's bullshit. There was absolutely official policy. Polish people were literally deprived of the ability to learn. Okay? Polish people were literally deprived of the ability to be able to educate themselves.
one hand, you had the outright
There was a table with how many people were supposed to be removed from what country.
evil views of some men working in the racial office. On the
Oh.
other, you had extremely prominent figures such as Rosenberg, the Reich Minister for the occupied Eastern Territories, and Leon de Grau, the Walloon SS leader who argued for autonomy and independence for the occupied peoples in the East.
Oh! Well, that's interesting how it played out in practice, isn't it? Especially in Poland.
Let's begin with the evil. The most striking example is from a Dr. Erhard Wetzel, who worked for Rosenberg.
Oh, wow. So there's no evidence of anyone being killed. Damn. That's incredible. I've been lied to my whole life. Oh, wait. No, I haven't. Nazi crimes against the Polish nation. Crimes against the Polish nation committed by Nazi Germany and Axis collaborationist forces during the invasion of Poland, along with auxiliary battalions during the subsequent occupation of Poland in World War II, consisted of the genocide of millions of Polish people, including a systematic extermination of Jewish Poles. These mass killings were enacted by the Nazis with further plans that were justified by their racial theories. But to say that there is no proof of the Nazis killing Slavic people is to say that there is no evidence for the Holocaust. There is plenty evidence of the Holocaust, which regarded Poles and other Slavs, and especially Jews, as racially inferior untermenschen. Memorial to the Wola massacre, the systematic killing of around 40 to 50,000 Polish civilians and enemy combatants by Nazi German troops during the Warsaw Uprising of summer 1944. By the way, 200,000 civilians died during the Warsaw Uprising. It's almost as if this guy is a Nazi. Gosh. By 1942, the Nazis were implementing their plan to murder every Jew in German-occupied Europe, and had also developed plans to reduce the Polish people through mass murder, ethnic cleansing, enslavement, and extermination through labor. I thought there was no plan. Wait, did the Zoomer historian lie? That's impossible. He is non-political. And assimilation into German identity of a small minority of Poles deemed racially valuable. During World War II, the Germans not only murdered millions of Poles, but ethnically cleansed millions more through forced deportation to make room for German settlers. Wow, that Lebensraum thing sure is a myth. An outrageous myth. Just go on the internet and tell lies? That's impossible. See? Generalsplan Ost and Lebensraum. These actions claimed the lives of 2.7 to 3 million Polish Jews and 1.8 to 2.77 million ethnic Poles, according to Poland's Institute of National Remembrance. German occupation policies in Poland have been recognized in Europe as a genocide, characterized by extremely large death tolls compared to Nazi atrocities in Western European states. Wow. But wait. Hold on. Let's give him a chance. Because he's gonna address this. Let's go. He's gonna address this. Let's go. Genocide.
War. If we're going to make plausible what ifs, then it's safe to say that a lot of Polish land would now become German.
Oh! So we're going straight into it. We're gonna discuss it. We're gonna discuss the genocide in Poland. Okay.
Beyond that, you're entering pure speculation territory.
Oh.
The ironic thing about the obsession with Hitler's plans in the East is that the opposing side actually did them in reality. Much is made of Germany's genocidal plans in the East to colonize the area, especially in Russian propaganda, but the Russians themselves, alongside their new Polish allies in 1945, genocided the local Germans in what is now Western Poland.
Don't know. What? Is this a what?
Many women were stolen from the arms of their family and taken into sexual slavery, and the lands were given to Poles. In the Baltics, where
Is this person claiming, okay, because this is what happened, okay? I will tell you what factually happened. 3 million German people were thrown out of those regions to Germany. That is factual, okay? So this person is saying that 3 million Germans were genocided by Poland and the USSR. Do you know, this is very interesting because I heard this from the person that I will be meeting on the 15th. Do you know why any Polish government will be hesitant to give Jewish people back their property in Warsaw? Be it a left-leaning government, a far-right-leaning government, no government is willing to create law that would give back the property taken from Jewish people after World War II. Do you know why? The answer is very simple. Because creating such a law would necessitate giving back property to the Germans removed after World War II. Those 3 million Germans or or their successors in this case. Okay? That is the reason. They were not genocided. Are you going to provide a source for that while we're at it?
where the Soviets themselves occupied, there was immediately mass deportations and killings, for a second time, of the locals. Russians were sent in to take their places. Today, there is now over 750,000 Russians living in Estonia and Latvia as a result. Although,
what about Poland?
In the latter, they are now attempting to deport those that can't pass a language test. Dr. Wetzel's idea of deliberately promoting not having children and making contraceptives and abortions readily available is now a staple of Western society. He may have worded it like an evil supervillain, but today we have a very similar system.
Wait, but what about this? The genocidal policies of the German government's colonization plan, Generalsplan Ost, were the blueprint for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed against the Polish nation from 1939 to 1945. The Nazi master plan entailed the expulsion and mass extermination of some 85%, over 20 million of ethnic Poles in Poland, and the remaining 15% to be turned into slave labor. I agree they should not have been kicked out. I don't think they should have been kicked out, but it wasn't really a genocide, especially those whose family had been in the area for many generations. But I guess you could say it did lead to the death of Prussian culture, although the German government also leaned away from Prussian culture. It's a bit complicated, you know? Prussia was basically, in a lot of ways, blamed for World War II, which is a bit of a strange thing to me. Prussia was actually officially dissolved after World War II, and the name Prussia was forbidden. That's actually a thing that was officially stated after World War II. But that's a story for another day. Consensual healthcare, exactly the same as genocidal eugenics. True. True. Which is interesting considering that basically none of the top Nazi party members were Prussian. Just a little bit of a thing to mull over. Basically no one from the top brass of the Nazi party was Prussian. But that's also a thing for another day. While the final objectives of Hunger Plan and GPO were always pursued by the Nazi regime, it could not complete these programs due to German defeat in World War II. Oh no. In 2000, by an act of the Polish parliament, dissemination of knowledge on World War II crimes in Poland by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union was entrusted to the Institute of National Remembrance. From the start of the war against Poland, Germany intended to realize Adolf Hitler's plan, set out in his book Mein Kampf, to acquire living space in the East for massive settlement for German colonists. Hitler's plan combined classic imperialism with Nazi racial theories. In the Obersalzberg speech delivered on 22nd August in 1939, just before the invasion of Poland, Hitler gave explicit permission to his commanders to murder without pity or mercy all men, women, and children of Polish descent or language. Wow! But wait! Zoomer historian said there was no evidence of Nazi Germany being those evil villains that wanted to just murder Slavs. That can't be right. So something's wrong here. I'm seeing some conflicting information. Ethnic cleansing was to be conducted systematically against the Polish people on 7th September 1939. Sicherheitsdienst head Reichhard Heydrich stated that all Polish nobles, clergy, and Jews were to be murdered. Wow. On the 12th September, Wehrmacht Chief of Staff Wilhelm Keitel added Poland's intelligentsia to the list. On the 15th March of 1940, SS Chief Heinrich Himmler stated, "All Polish specialists will be exploited in our military-industrial complex. Later, all Poles will disappear from this world. It is imperative that the great German folk consider the elimination of all Polish people as its chief task." At the end of 1940, Hitler confirmed the plan to liquidate all leading elements in Poland. Wow. Damn. Oh, a photo. Wait, but I thought there was no evidence. What is this I'm seeing here? A mass execution of 56 hostages in Bosnia near Krakow. 18 September 1939. In Palmieri, about 1,700 Poles were murdered in secret executions between the 7th December 1939 and 17th July 1941. Oh. Poles were sent to perform slave labor in the Reich. Additionally, 500,000 ethnic Poles were deported from Warsaw after the Warsaw Uprising, on top of 180,000 civilian casualties. Damn. The expulsions were carried out so abruptly that the ethnic Germans resettled from eastern Galicia, Volhynia and Romania and Bukovina were taking over Polish homes with half-eaten meals on tables and unmade beds where small children had been sleeping at the time of the expulsion. Wow, that Lebensraum thing sure is a myth, an egregious myth. Damn. Roll call for 8-year-old girls at the child labor camp in Dzierżozna, set up as subcamp of the concentration camp for Polish children, adjacent to the Łódź ghetto. Oh! German public execution of Polish civilians, Łódź, the Black Book. Oh. Polish Jews pulled from a bunker by German troops. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, 1943. Damn. I thought it was a myth. Did Zoomer historian lie to me? That image up there of that young girl's mugshot, it's sad. I saw several mugshots were colorized, and she was one of them, and she was beaten up before they took the shot. I think she had a pink triangle. This one? The destruction of Warsaw. During the suppression of the 1944 uprising in Warsaw, German forces committed many atrocities against Polish civilians, following the order by Hitler to level the city. That can't be right. Is there any evidence of Hitler ever wanting to level Warsaw? Ah, yes. Maybe the fact that Warsaw was leveled. Is that proof enough? Is that enough evidence? The fact that the Nazis leveled Warsaw, quite literally, sounds like an old wives' tale. True. Maybe it was the Polish people that leveled. Oh no, the Soviets leveled Warsaw. Like, never mind. The most notorious massacre took place in Wola, where at the beginning of August 1944, between 40 and 50,000 civilians, men, women, and children, were shot, sexually assaulted, and tortured by the Einsatzkommando of the Sicherheitspolizei under Heinz Reinfeldt's command, and the amnestied German criminals from Derlewanger. Other similar massacres took place in the areas of Śródmieście, city center, Stare Miasto, Old Town, and Marymont districts. In Ochota, an orgy of civilian killings, rape, and looting was carried out by Russian collaborators of Rona. After the fall of Stare Miasto, during the beginning of September, 7,000 seriously wounded hospital patients were executed or burnt alive, often with the medical staff caring for them. Similar atrocities took place later in Czerniaków district and after the fall of Powiśle and Mokotów districts. Until the end of September 1944, Polish resistance fighters were not considered by Germans as combatants. Thus, when captured, they were summarily executed. 150 and 65,000 surviving civilians were sent to labor camps, and 50,000 were shipped to concentration camps, while the ruined city was systematically demolished. Neither Reinfarth nor Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski were ever tried for their crimes committed during the suppression of the uprising. The Polish request for extradition of amnestied Wilhelm Koppe from Germany was also refused. So there you have it. It's so disgusting. The people of war just become those distorted messes in the streets, the fields. How is it that people that have never met can make someone dismembered, casualty, rotting in a ditch of other people who lost their names as well as their lives? It's wild to think of all the effort devoted to raising human, birth, education, food, and love, and to just shoot them in the end at a young age. But it's all a myth, right? It's a myth. It's all a myth. Final thoughts. Give me your final thoughts.
All that is to say, no, there was no long-term plan for the East.
Oh! So all the things that we've read are all lies then.
As the
Oh.
war progressed, it became known as the Crusade Against Communism, and over 500,000 foreign...
Ah, yes. World War II. So well known as the Crusade Against Communism. Okay. Of course. Where is it known as the Crusade Against Communism? Your Nazi circles?
foreigners joined with the Germans in their cause. If there was even the slightest inclination that the Germans would make their lives worse, never mind genocide them or ethnically replace them, they would not have done so. As far as we are aware, no such documents exist to suggest such a plan. There is an...
Oh. No evidence, huh? Number of deaths by country during World War II. 5,600,000. It was more. Let's see how this person is going to,
entire laundry list of terrible things that happened in World War II on all sides, and enough
on all sides.
time has passed to critique them openly and honestly. Should the Brits have bombed Dresden? The Americans Hiroshima? What about the Rhine Meadows camps? Stalin's...
They were bad people on all sides.
Gulags? Hitler's slave labour programs? The genuine massacres and horrors on the Eastern Front? All these are things that actually happened, and not projections about what might have happened if Germany had succeeded.
Yeah, you know, the genocide of the Polish people. Oh.
Let's be objective, not hypothetical, in our reading of the
Ah, yes. The hypothetical things that I read you just now. These are all just hypotheticals.
past. After all, it is always better to attack your opponent for real things he did, as
I agree. I agree. Yes, indeed.
opposed to lies or fabrications. So in
Oh,
conclusion, did Hitler hate the Slavs? Not
yes. Yes, he did.
to a unique degree, really, no.
Yes. Yes, really, yes.
He did look down at them somewhat, as most Westerners
Somewhat.
did, and in a way, still do. But it certainly wasn't the Slavs he was always
In a way, still do.
ranting about in speeches. His ire laid elsewhere, as we know. One exception to the rule is perhaps the Poles. In his view, he had tried everything to work and accommodate
Oh, wait. Let's listen. What?
with them. Exception to the rule is perhaps the Poles. His ire laid elsewhere,
Oh, the Poles were the exception to the
as we
rule.
know. One exception to the rule is
Oh, that's one exception to the rule. Those unruly Poles. Okay, let's hear that.
perhaps the Poles. In his view, he had tried everything to work and accommodate with them,
Oh, by genociding them, you mean?
in order to come to some kind of arrangement regarding Danzig.
Some sort of arrangement, meaning this free city is to be ours now. That is the so-called some sort of an arrangement. Which is nonsensical because Gdańsk was a free city then. It wasn't part of Poland. So it was not Polish call to make to begin with at that time.
After all, once the war was fought and won in Poland, he felt intense anger at the way Polish troops had treated surrendering or injured Germans.
Ah, yes. Polish people brought the genocide upon themselves, seeing how mean Polish people were to German soldiers after the attack without even declaring war. And trips like this is why not only should have the UK bombers and the US should have nuked Nuremberg or Berlin as well as just oh my gosh.
Barbaric treatment was the rule rather than the exception.
Oh, it was the Polish people that committed the atrocities. Good to know.
And he often compared this to the perfect treatment of his troops by the Norwegians or others. As a
Oh.
result, he was extremely bitter, and his hatred of the Polish seemed to grow.
Oh, so the Polish people brought it on themselves. Okay. Oh, okay.
The more he dealt with them. Whilst Polish people are Slavs, this was a unique case. Thank you very much for
Okay, I get it. The genocide of Polish people was a unique case. I get it. Because the Polish people brought it on themselves. Huh. I've learned a lot.
watching. And again, I know this video is potentially controversial,
Potentially. But it's okay. You're just speaking to the truth, so it should be fine.
So please use common sense.
Exactly. Use common sense. Don't read anything about this. Just use your common sense. That should be enough. But don't read anything about any of this. You don't need to. You saw the video. Just use common sense.
If anyone can display a document proving that the information I've displayed in this video is incorrect, or if I missed something that makes this video false, then I will happily delete it immediately.
How about a Hitler speech?
Before I leave you, as always, a huge thank you to my Patreon, Subscribe Star, and YouTube members for keeping this channel afloat. It means the world, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you to Lobster to you, Darway Lololol.
Again, what an interesting symbol. On second thought, everything I've written so far, I retracted on the basis of common sense. Good call. Good call. Now you see sense. Common sense. Perfect. Perfect. So if you've enjoyed this gem, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, do all the things. Don't worry, Some New Static is going to create an amazing montage of all the 3 videos and post. We're gonna create a awful hit piece against poor Zoomer historian. It's gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful on our part. It's gonna be full of lies and misrepresentations and ad hominems, and we're gonna take him out of context because the context sure makes it look good. For sure. Myth. True. True. If only those Polish barbarians were not so cruel to German soldiers. But, alas. Alas, the Poles brought the genocide upon themselves. Unfortunate. 1 month ago. That's how old it is. It's from 1 month ago. There you go. We even got our transphobe for this stream. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh my goodness. I wasn't gone so long. Wait, where was the transphobe? I missed it. Oh, in the YouTube chat. I've been playing Pokemon Y. Hello. Transphobe was in the YouTube chat. As they always are. Well, sometimes they are on the page as well. But yes, the return. True. I am back. And this time, no force in the universe will be able to stop me, as Optimus Prime said. A new fellow traveler video. Capitalism is not good, actually. Wow. Amazing. Oh. I'm gonna watch that later. Oh no. Oh. In that German song I mentioned about rhapsody. Let time see if I can find it. Alright. What? True. Best content on the channel. Damn, hippos are scary. Apparently alligators are actually scared of hippos. Top 10 moments. Don't say that. One party dictatorship? Don't say that. Don't spread lies. Six years versus one secret boy? What? Where? Oh. Jubilee. It's a Jubilee video, isn't it? What is this about? Let's check it out.
I am a girl.
I am a girl.
I am a girl. I am a girl.
I am a girl.
I am a girl. I am a girl.
So what is this? Taste of the biscuit? Oh.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something.
What is that? What am I what am I being sent?
So I'm Claire. I'm
I guess this is about voice, I assume.
from Huntington Beach, and I'm 24.
I'm Hania. I'm 26, and I'm from Inglewood.
I'm Sang. I'm 23 and I'm from Long Beach, California.
I'm Mia. I'm 19 and I'm from
Jubilee is so weird.
Pasadena, California.
I'm Celeste. I'm 19 and I'm from Culver City, California.
I'm Casey. I'm 18 and I'm from Los Angeles, California. My name is Natalie, but you can call me Nat. I am from Washington. I recently
I guess that's just about people changing their voice.
moved here for work, but yeah.
For the most part, my technique coming in was like a more masculine take on it, because if I was too girly, then it would be too obvious.
What's everyone wearing?
I'm in
Was
Washington. I recently moved here for work, but yeah.
For the most part, my technique coming in was like a more masculine take on it, because if I was too girly, then it would be too obvious.
What's everyone wearing?
I'm in some Sambas, black jeans, and like a light greenish top from Zara.
Okay. I'm wearing Levi's, a like bodysuit, and then dunks, and a little cardigan too.
I'm wearing like a purple skirt, and like a white off-the-shoulder top, kind of.
Let's go like, what's everyone's shoe size?
Ooh, I'm a size 10.
10?
Yeah, 10 in women's.
How tall
and
are
men.
you?
5'10".
Oh, yeah, so that makes sense.
I'm a short girly. I'm 4'11" without these heels on.
Whoa.
On a good day, I'm 5'4" though.
I am wearing size 7.5. I think it's pretty average for girls, I guess. I'm like 5'3".
I'm a size 5. I'm 6 foot, and I have a shoe size of 9, so. I like how we all just started sharing our height.
Can I ask you guys something?
Yeah.
What's like your biggest insecurity?
Ooh, good question.
Hard hitting. I was suspicious of Hania at first, just because she seemed to be asking a lot of the questions and having a large role in the discussion.
Not a single ring.
I got a big old forehead. I'm coming.
He's more sensuous than BuzzFeed. Keep in mind, BuzzFeed or Nazi propagandists like Shu and Sargon real mad.
For everyone with a regular forehead, because y'all sound like y'all got regular forehead. Like I'm getting regular forehead energy here.
What? What does that mean? What is an irregular forehead energy?
Laughing was a big thing for me. They were laughing a ton, and I was trying to like, it just didn't work out. So yeah, I was trying my best.
I think the biggest thing for me is acne. I have it on my face and my back, and it's pretty bad, especially when I want to go to the beach. And so it can be pretty annoying.
I have another question. What's your like usual go-to style?
For me, Nat, I think I would say like an urban, like comfy style. I'm not super fancy as a person, so yeah, I'd say urban comfy. Whatever is currently in style, I try to stick to that.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I mean, I try to keep mine just like timeless, wearing timeless like pieces that like keeping it timeless.
Very practical.
I'm wearing a tank top right now, so it works out.
What did you guys want to be when like you were a little girl?
I really wanted to be a veterinarian.
Same.
I really love.
I actually wanted to be a veterinarian for a time. I remember. That's a pretty common dream, to be a veterinarian, isn't it?
Loved animals. I still love animals. I was a horse girl.
I can relate to that.
Context, I'm actually related to a family which founded fans, and they've got here to give me a discount for their subpar shoes next time. I'm bringing the family tree to prove why they should give me a discount. I want to be an assassin. Oh my gosh.
Actually, I have horses back in Washington, so Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
One of
I
them's
love
name is
that.
Scooby-Doo. It's great.
Scooby-Doo!
Yeah.
I love
He's
that.
adorable.
I assembled like a speech for certain questions, but there were certain questions that were just completely off what they were like off the page. Like the horses thing. I just jumped in as soon as I could. I'm like, yeah, I have horses. I don't have horses.
Liar. Liar.
For me, I've always wanted to be like a singer
Liar.
or songwriter, so that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Can you sing? So I'm assuming you can sing.
Yeah, I do. I write my own songs and I like release them.
Okay, so we're gonna be like your first fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show us after.
With wild
for
vocal
sure.
range.
That'd be awesome.
Casey's voice is kind of high, so it did make me a little suspect. I'm like, she kind of sounds like a princess from a Disney movie, and that doesn't just happen. I wanted to be an obstetrician gynecologist.
What?
Oh.
And then I got to UCLA and took chemistry. And I was like, oh, we gonna switch that around to something else.
Were you pre-med?
Yeah, I was like biochem. I was like, oh, absolutely not. I'm a stand-up comedian now, though. That's completely different than where we started.
It was almost like when you know somebody's lying because they explained too much. That's what it was like. Okay, she planned this script out pretty well, so. So did you guys go to school, like college or anything?
What a weird program.
Yeah.
So I went to UCI or Vine.
I graduated from like a small little school in Boston. It's called LaSalle, but it's not really well known. But yeah, so I was over there for 4 years, and then this is like my first full
Americana.
year being back. Yeah.
Oh. Hey, do you think I'm gonna win this episode? Be sure.
Wait.
Hey, do you think I'm gonna win this episode? Be sure to like and subscribe, and let's get back to the video.
Round 2. Okay, who is the boy? Oh.
Oh.
Okay. We don't trust each other.
Already?
This is.
Sometimes I think a masculine or feminine voice is more about the cadence than the pitch. I guess, yeah.
We will just move on to round 2 with all of you.
I have the first question.
All right, go ahead.
What was you guys' first period like?
I was just gonna ask that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, we got to get down to the nitty gritty
So-
now.
For me, I knew what was going on because I read like the American Girl doll.
I cannot believe. The Care and Keeping of You won. What an interesting book. Wait, what's Americana? The Casey person's grandma close? The whole program.
Books and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, it was over the summer before 9th grade, and I was getting ready to go to track practice, and then it just happened, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm a woman now.
Yeah.
I was kind of behind everybody else, so I knew it was going to come soon, so I was kind of ready for it.
I was in the 6th grade bathroom and I was freaking out and my friends were outside. So when I got home, I told my mom and she's just like shoved
That is a weird thing, by the way. I guess I'm a woman now. What of women that don't have oh, whatever.
me a pad and said, hey, try that, like put this on and then here. She never, I don't know, it's like maybe it's an Asian thing. She's just never talked to me about it.
I think I was in 7th grade, I'm pretty sure. I was at home and I like went to the bathroom and I saw that there was blood and I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call my mom for some reason, so I called my cousin. I was like, I don't know what's going on, like help me.
And you never had to talk or anything either?
I did, which was
Oh.
like the funny part.
okay.
Like, I don't know, and then I eventually told my mom like after her, but yeah, my cousin was the first one that knew, so.
I was in 7th grade math class and it was super awkward. I was basically sitting at my desk. I felt a really weird, like, sensation below my stomach. And I was really confused because they were talking about interesting stuff in health class before that point. But eventually I just ran to the bathroom because I just didn't feel good.
Okay, there's no way one of you isn't a girl. That's crazy.
I had no idea about anything involving periods or anything like that, so I just went with it.
Oh my goodness.
Name something really specific that only a girl would get. Like specific, don't just.
Okay. That's pretty broad for demanding a specific thing.
Say pad.
I have really insane cramps, so I have Midol on me at all times.
Okay, that's specific. Midol.
At all times, I have to have it.
How do you know how do you know when your period's coming?
I have really, really bad lower back pains, and I'm like in pain for like 2 days before, and I always get the same pimple around.
What if there was a cis girl here that doesn't have periods? I guess she'd be screwed. I guess.
My lip area.
Oh, same.
Like
I get
right
one on my
before my
cheek.
period.
Is anyone irregular?
Well, I started birth control and like it's really screwed me up. Like I started the Nexplanon, so that's something another girl like
Specific.
Know.
That's specific.
Has anybody had any like scary experiences that they associate with being a woman?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
100%. It's really disgusting kind of what happens when you're just existing as a woman. One time at a college party, a guy talked to me for like 2 seconds, and then the next day I found out that he was telling everyone that I slept with him.
What?
Copyright? Testicle drop. What? What will come back? What happened? Oh no. Oh. We got copyrighted. Oh.